Hello, everybody. I need to write a quick note to myself. There. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm done being rude. Hey, Skeleseller. Hey, Life's Faded. How you both doing? Adam is only going to stream for half a day today. He wants to be able to tackle some tasks that have been accumulating that he just doesn't seem to get to on stream. Goals are the same. Prep for FES. Hello, everybody. Hello. I want to type my own little hey guys here. There we go. Hi. All right, so there's a PR I need to review. Review PR, get issues done. Like I said, it's just going to be a half day. We're just going to try to make the game a little bit better. I don't think we're going to do any music stuff. But yeah, let's jump in. So title screen has gigantic buttons. Why, oh why is that the case? Because it, whoop, no. Turn that off. So when you go to the title screen for the first time, it's fine. But when you shrink the game and go back to it, it's not fine. Yeah, it gets huge. I wonder what would be doing that. I wonder if this is that same issue we encountered the other day, where it's like a container isn't sized correctly because the first time you go to the scene, it's not even showing. How is this laid out? This is anchored. And it's just inside of a canvas layer. But it's all inside of a node. I wonder if that matters. I wonder if we change this to a control, if it would change anything. I doubt it. Curious if you skip a frame there. Well, it's skip a frame in doing something. So there'd have to be something that we're doing on the title screen that we skip a frame before doing. If there's any size setting stuff here, then that could be it. But otherwise, it's not. There is a window size change. Oh, and that does set the bottom button scale. Okay, yeah. I guess this just isn't being called at first. It's not. Okay, well then I think we just need to call this. Let's just call this from here. I wonder if that alone would fix it. At least this is a pretty easy bug to get to repro. And yeah, we have a function that sets the scale of this thing, so our solutions are either do it now or do it later. So it shouldn't be too bad. All right, so we shrink this, and we go to the title screen. That I'm a little confused here. Also, that's strange. Does this only work when... What is going on right now? Oh, I might have broken everything when I changed this to a control. Let me set this back. It might be absorbing clicks differently now, although that wouldn't really make any sense. Okay, I think it's back to working. These only get bigger when the screen is very wide. So they should just be like this, which means if I go back to the title screen now, yeah, I think this is working now. I think we just need to call this at first. And we can click the buttons. Yeah, we can click the buttons. Yeah, there was an error about a handle not being initialized. I typically ignore those. Only because there's no way to find out where those came from. Not through this at least. I would need to probably actually, what would I need to do to find out? All exceptions. And restart. Hey, Grim. I'm having a good day so far. It is very young, the day. I have only been awake for an hour. And hey, David Huffman on YouTube. Earlier every day, trying to throw you off, Kevin. You know who redeemed first today? Sinistella. Your worst nightmare over there. Yeah, did that thing happen again? It didn't. I don't know what causes it to happen. And now that I'm finally breaking out on all exceptions, it's not going to happen. 100-mile-per-hour wind hit me tomorrow? So something you should keep in mind, because this just happened over here pretty recently, although it wasn't 100 miles per hour, you will possibly lose power. If you've ever lost power before, it's probably going to happen tomorrow. So do all the things you do for prepping for power loss. So charge your devices. If you have any backup batteries, charge those. Any food that might go bad depending on the weather, like maybe put it in your freezer or something if it should be in the fridge. Those sorts of things. What's Stella doing up so early? Hey, Don Reaver. So much progress since you last watched. Yeah. Yeah, you were last here only about a month ago, actually. So I think there were probably not some huge changes. It's a lot of little changes that got us where we are now. I have a question. You mind giving me some advice? Yeah, sure. Nemo, let's see what you got. Got to bed, open the stream. Maybe ready ahead of time. That was live. And then you were first. The rest, as they say, is history. All right, let's check this in. Is there anything else that actually changed here? This stuff got layout mode 0. I don't think that matters, so I'm just going to revert that. And we're just going to call this. Just fix a bug. Fix title screen button sizing bug. Yeah. Window size changed, wasn't being called in ready. So the buttons could be too large for the window size, or potentially too small. I'll just say the wrong size. Could be the wrong size given the window size. Yeah. There we go. All right, that was it. Then see if we can vertically shrink the skill tree. How about we just review the PR right now? Because I believe Kevin, oh wait, there are 2 PRs. Okay, yeah. Let's take a look at both of these. Closes 15, an early issue. Yeah, reject settings. Not much to say. Adds a cool button to the settings that resets the settings to whatever they were when you open the menu. One thing to note is that we should probably get a new texture for primary action to differentiate close from save. You know, another thing I was thinking is, and possibly this makes sense, possibly it doesn't, but the in-game settings, we have a large save button. I wonder if we should have a save and like a revert, and we put them side by side like we do for other dialogues. Hey, Puppet. Hey, yo. You got solar power to be so... Oh, I see. Just hope it doesn't get damaged in the wind. Yeah, yeah. After the windstorm here, there were branches everywhere. Just like they branches landed on people's houses, branches landed on the road. They were it was just it was crazy. And it took a very long time, relatively speaking, for them to get cleaned up. Oh, that's what you did. Okay, good. Yeah. And that should size the dialogue a little bit wider, which might be nice. Anyway, let's take a look. So this is 685. Get status. 685, I said. I mean, we're about to find out. Settings on new button. Yeah, okay. Let's go run that. Undo changes, save settings. Okay, this does use the opposite order from what we normally do. So I'll just write that down for now, but that's an easy fix. We use the opposite order for buttons. Confirm to dismiss. Ah, the Irish people are identifying themselves. Me and a group of friends are making a game for the Boss Rush Game Jam, and the game is already 70% done, and we still have 10 days to spare. There's a problem. We were planning to have 7 bosses. The group's designer says he won't be able to make all the boss sprites in time. What should we do? Well, look, this is for a game jam. So, I mean, unless there's like a $10,000 prize pool or something like that, the designer said they won't be able to do it. So your choices are basically like find someone else, do it yourselves, or make it work with fewer bosses. And I mean, these are mostly just how do you all feel at that point? I mean, could you make it work with fewer bosses? Is there a prize pool that you're trying to win? Is it worth trying to find someone else? 4,000 in prizes. There's $4 million in prizes. Okay, 4K. I was like, that's way more than I've ever heard for a game jam. Yeah, 4K in prizes. I mean, this is the kind of thing where I don't feel like this is probably enough money to say, all right, we're definitely going to be in the top 3, so we're going to get, let's say, $400 worth of this. So now we can go pay someone else, $200 to make the bosses for us. Yeah, I think it's one of these things. Honestly, what I'd probably do is just try one of these. Actually, any of these, but probably not pay someone else. So you're all probably working together, a group of friends. You're probably not, paying each other to do this. It's like, hey, we might split the prize pool. If someone else is cool with that too, then yeah. Wasn't there an issue to swap the order of the buttons, negative and positive? Yeah, there was, but until we've done that issue, then we should have everything be the same. Anyway. All right, let's go launch this, which I might have done. Yes, I did. All right, so we turn this up. I've waited too long. Let's try that again. Undo. Okay. Hey, Tim. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope the stream was good. I feel like I recreated the movie Inception directly into Tim's brain. I was like, hey, Tim, did you ever notice that you fill out your journal and you're like, terrible day, let's go raid Adam. And now he's like, I am not going to have that happen. I'm going to raid Adam when I have a good day. So he's been coming in. He's in a great mood. Hey, Polarian. I'd make it disabled until changes are made. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, well, welcome in, everybody. We are still working on the same game the last times that Tim has been raiding, and probably not much has changed since you might have been here last. If you are new, whether you came in through Tim's stream or just you were wandering around through the software and game dev category, this is Skeleseller. It's a laid-back town management game. You hire adventurers, you send them into battle, and they earn items for you that you then go sell. So I'll speed this up. Why did that not work? There we go. Yeah. And we've been working on just polishing every little thing so that the demo will be good. And we're going to do some code this morning, but not this afternoon probably, or at least I won't be streaming it. So I'll stock my shops. Customer goes and buys an item. And right now we're looking through a PR that makes it so that the settings has an undo changes button. And that way you can change one of these things and then hit undo. And it won't save the change, obviously. And it should work for pretty much everything, including multiple changes. Yeah, neat. Neat. Now we only raid on good days? I'm gonna have to swing the pendulum the other way. Make sure I'm depressed before I raid at him. Just replaced a screen and a 15-year-old Kindle 3G keyboard. Wait a second. Kindle 3G. Oh, cool. Yeah, I just want to see what style this was. How hard was it to do, Tim? We have to buy Adam's game so we can afford to replace his broken up keyboard. Yeah, these are all the keys I could afford, everybody. Like, come on. There's one other thing that was here that I thought about, which is clicking outside of the dialogue seems to save changes. Is that the case? So I click settings, I change the scale, I click outside. Yeah, it saves it. And then if I go back in and hit undo, yeah, then nothing changes. I'm not sure what people would expect, so I might ask chat about this. I'll go with easy. Losing the smallest screw in the world in a carpet wasn't the easiest part, though. Oh, man. Yeah. Did you get it with a magnet or just a light shining on it? Save settings should be changed to close, IMO. I want to look at what other games do, too. Consider renaming the buttons, maybe like close and something else. Hey, Wendy. Wendy, what is Kenko? Is that what you were talking about? I was watching a little bit this morning. That's all I managed to see. Tried magnet and light. Eventually the light won. Ah, typical race of physics. Kenko is a way of life. Well, welcome in, Wendy's viewers. Okay, I see. It's some kind of can that you drink. And it says smooth on it. That's why Wendy likes it. I don't know anything about what I'm saying right now. Yeah, we're still prepping for the Steam festivals. I checked the wish list, and let me see if I can show this. I don't know what happened, but I said it was 533. Yes, no, the day before yesterday. Oh no, now it says 559. Wow, look at that. It didn't update on my phone for some reason. 559 on today. That's pretty good. So then we got another 13 per day, basically. It's actually a brand of coffee. I see. Hey, Krasner. Yeah, for those who haven't seen the game, I only literally just demoed it. There is a trailer here. It's not even that much longer than what I would have demoed. But do check that out. Consider checking it out on Steam if you want to there. And we're just going to be coding this morning. Going to be improving whatever we can. And yeah, thank you for the support, other streamers. Okay, so we're reviewing a PR right now. And it is this. It's the undo changes and save settings stuff so that you can make any changes here and then hit undo. And it looks like it's working. So now I just want to look through the files here. We added in a new button. That sounds good. iClonable. Interesting. And then there's a clone function. Cool. Can't assign the dictionary directly because it doesn't have a setter, but also we want to clone it to a new one anyways. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, what is this now? Set from save data does not have things like set window mode, set vsync enabled. What is this function? Load? I wonder where that happens. I'll have to take a look. Initial local save data, initial game options save data. I wonder if we make game options clonable as well. Set all the options, but do not save any of them yet. Finally save them if needed. All right. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. And this does whatever we had uncommented or deleted from up here. What was it? Content scale, window, vsync, FPS. Content scale, window, vsync, FPS, yeah. Cool. Anything else here? The menu is shown. Save the current settings so the player can undo them. Sounds good. What is this? Is pressed. True. Oh, which one is checked, I guess? All right, I'm gonna possibly rename that, and I'm gonna be pedantic about this, but bool is pressed equals, yeah, we're gonna say like is current zoom. I think I'll just make it a tiny bit easier. These won't need a clone because game options doesn't hold to the object. That I'm also not sure about. What is on undo in game settings menu? On undo. So these don't contain any non-primitive references? Yeah, they're just booleans. Okay. Only hold primitives. I think we had a bug where we were not setting the volume sliders properly, and that deleted piece, we did not save them. Oh, so you're saying we fixed that bug as well? Because I don't recall that bug, but I'm glad to hear that it's potentially fixed. Yeah, so I think this is good. I think the only things we have are at least using the opposite order of the buttons so that save is on the left side. That's very easy to do. We're done. Then we're not using tooltips on all of this stuff, but I think undo should maybe have a tooltip on it. It should say something like revert the changes you made to what they were when you opened this settings. Open this settings page. Yeah. We selling any skellies today? Yes, we are. That's what the game's all about, selling skeletons. You know, maybe we should have a mini game or something where you are doing that so that everyone who makes that joke can be like, oh, I guess the game actually does have that in there. I'm assuming it was a bug. Also, you looked at game options save data instead of game options. No, but it only contains booleans anyway, and it should have been this. It actually should be because game option save data doesn't have this, right? I think this should have been named this. Undo. Yeah, because we save the save data, but then we load it into something else. At least that's my take. The reason we had to clone the other one, right, was where is that? Local save data is a local save data. Yeah, and it has non-primitives here. Because a local setting saver holds onto it and modifies it. Okay, I see. Because okay, we don't have a reference to this. We do have a reference to this. I'm missing something here. Local setting saver ends up storing the save data. No, yeah, this doesn't add up for some reason. It should be because we have reference types in here. Yeah, it shouldn't be for any other reason. No, wait, but the whole class would be a reference type. I'm definitely missing something. Let me take a look at this again. Yeah, it would be the same thing here. It's just something else would need to modify. Yeah, I don't follow this. Has a reference to the save data. Save data creates a new object each time. It's a bit different. I don't think this clone is needed based on what I'm seeing. Because we clone it when you enter this dialogue, right? Yeah, out of curiosity, what if I deleted this? Okay, let's try running that again. It might be that it's a difficult thing to detect unless there's some like obvious thing here going wrong, of course. Okay, so we did not undo the game scale in that case. Also, every time we save, we should probably undo. This is when you enter this, we clone whatever the local one had. Hmm. I am definitely missing something here. This has a local save data, but this is not the initial one that we used. Why is that clone needed? I guess it depends on where we modify this, but we only modify it here. Huh. Giving the local settings the initial one, so when you modify something, you modify the initial one inadvertently. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. We're loading from here and then it's storing a reference to these things. No. Oh man. Yeah, I don't see this. I'll just track it through the code because I think look, here's the thing that's happening here. From reading these comments, I don't find it clear what's happening. So either we should just delete the comments or we should make the comments clear. And I have the wrong picture in my head right now. So I want to get the correct one, which means I want to go find that on undo and then debug through this. Check set from save data. Local settings, set from save data. Second to last line, finally save them if needed. Okay, I see what's happening here. I see. And then we keep this in memory, but do we need to do that? What is this used for? It represents the current set of save data. I see. I see. And then there's a game saver. And there's this data, but this is never actually held anywhere. Where does this go? Load from save data. And this doesn't store a reference to this. All right, so then my question now is, why do we do this here? Why do we store this? We need these options to be somewhere in memory. Is it because we duplicate these things? It is. Okay, I see. So if we were matching this, we would have something here like public, this thing, save data. And then it would match what we do in the other one. So because we have backing properties here. So I wonder why this was done. I guess just to make it so we could set these when we load. Yeah. All right, I see. Okay, so let me see if I were to write this, and it might not end up making things clearer, but local settings saver saves a reference to this local data, save data, so we need to clone it. We will still undo back to the original settings that they were when you opened this UI. Okay, I think I'm going to keep this. I know this seems like I'm just putting like a print here, marking my territory. I'm not trying to do that. I do want to make this clear. Yeah, we don't clone game options because we never save a reference to them. We extract the primitives directly. Okay, yeah. Maybe we should clone there when saving, and that would be clear. Yes, that probably would be clear. Yeah, we could just put this here, huh? Oh man, I don't like it when that happens. There's a shortcut I have that involves Command Q, and Command Q is also the quit program thing. So if I don't press the shortcut correctly, I just quit the program. It's my fault, but I should probably change that. Okay, so now we don't need to worry about this, and this can just go in here. Wait a sec. Local settings saver. Huh. I am getting turned around. Yeah, here it is, set from save data. Okay, and then just write since Oh, this isn't even the local settings saver though. Wait a second, this is public though, right? We should probably set it through here that we clone this. Where else does this get set from? I guess when deserializing it, we don't need to clone it. Let me think about this. Is Copilot part of Godot? It's not part of Godot. I don't think there's maybe even a plugin for it. There might be, but I'm using a plugin for VS Code for it. One of the functions it has is remapping Command Q to Command Shift Q. The thing is, I use Command Q and like it. I should probably consider changing it. Then again, I could also just change the shortcut within VS Code. Oh, hey, this is made by the person who does all the open source stuff, huh? Recognize the name from the web dev days. Okay, so I think I still need to look at all the setters of this and see what's going on here. We load this from a save file. We don't do anything else anywhere. So it's just this one call and loading from a save file. In both cases, it would actually be fine to clone this, but it's not necessary when loading from a save file. So why is this here? This is only ever going to call in the local settings saver stuff. I think these functions should all be in here. Yeah, I think that's what this is pointing to. Because everything that this does is based on local settings saver. Every single one of these functions. How easy is it for you to keep a straight posture? I think the stream makes it look like I have slightly better posture than I do. I think my main issue is that my shoulders usually carry tension, and I need to like remind myself to lower them. But otherwise, it's not too bad. And as long as I keep that in mind, that's probably the most egregious of the posture sins I'm committing. Yeah, all right. I think I've untangled this. I think none of this stuff should be here, and I don't. It doesn't matter who did this, and I think it was me. But I think that's what's adding some confusion here. If they were all in here instead, then they'd just modify this class and change the local save data that we have. What are the functions that we're calling from this? And also we're making some of these things static when they probably don't need to be, or public when they don't need to be public. They're only ever called from here. So this whole thing could be private. Okay, I think I want to make that change. Let's go and try that out. So we're going to just take everything from here and put it in here. Except for all of those need to still be public. So they go in this spot. Then anything that used local settings saver can now be deleted from here. Good. Save can be made private. Well, yeah, save can be made private. And then there are still some issues here. All volume slider data, where's that come from? Oh, it's just an import. And that's it. And we have one more input, I guess. Import. Local settings that's set from save data. That's now here. All right, and possibly some of these other ones could be made private as well. Where is this called from? Only here, so private. What about this? Also only here. How is that possible? Oh, because other references haven't been updated. Now it's local settings saver because this thing isn't going to exist anymore. So we replace all of these with local settings saver. Wait. There. Okay. And then maybe we couldn't have made the thing private that I just made private. All right, does this build? And then I wonder if this is pointing to needing to make local setting saver and game saver consistent. It does build. Okay, so then we can find out what's actually using this stuff. Is this used anywhere? No. Is this used anywhere? Yes. I'll move these at the end. This is used somewhere else. Sounds good. This is used somewhere else. Totally fine. I expect most of these are going to be used from the game settings menu, which is totally cool. Makes sense. Yep. I mean, pretty much has to be. That's fine. Then these are all private. Okay, so we can just move this to private now. All right, so local settings can be totally gone. Delete this. And then that comment that I started to write will now hopefully make sense. We save a reference to the save data. So we need to clone it, so we'll still undo back to the original. That's... So we need to clone it so that we won't be modifying the caller's reference to it. There, that's it. All right, I think that should make things a little bit clearer. And now the caller of this here doesn't need anything special about it, right? We just save our... We don't even need this here, do we? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check this in. Let's test this out before I mess anything else up. Yeah. Man. Okay, so we go into settings, change one of these, click undo, change it again, click undo. Yeah, it looks like it's working fine. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now if we do save something, and then come back in. Great. Okay, so we just reversed 2 buttons there. That on its own can be checked in like that, I guess. Something else changed here though too, didn't it? Oh, I added a tooltip. Oh, so then should I add a tooltip for the save button? We don't have them for many other things in this dialogue. Just for the sort of, quote unquote confusing things. But I kind of want them everywhere, but I think that's just a different change. Make sure all game settings have a tooltip. Mr. Halsey, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey, Dojo Drummer. How are you all doing? I hope it was a good stream. I hope you all had a great time. We are working on Skeleseller again. And I say this to everyone, but if you've been in here before, it's the same game. We are just improving it. If you haven't been in here, it is raid and run. All right, take care, Mr. Halsey. Yeah, I know you got work around this time, I think, based on the other raids that you've had. Good for you for getting up early. Or for living in a place where it only seems like you're getting up early. Yeah, I've got a trailer here of this game. Only because I have demoed it a couple times already. So if you do want to check it out, please do check out the trailer or the Steam page. What we're working on today is just any little improvements for these upcoming Steam festivals. In early February, there's going to be Idler Fest. And then at the end of February, there's going to be Next Fest. Idler Fest, I have no idea what to expect from. because I don't know if it's even ever happened before. And if it has, it's like 2+ years ago. So I don't know what kind of numbers to expect and what other games are going to be there and how this will compare. Also, this isn't, it's an idle game in that you don't need to be present at all times, but it's not like the idle games where you're expected to not be present 90% of the time. There are definitely games that I played on my phone, for example, where you're just really supposed to leave it running and that's it. You come back like 6 hours later and you can do something. That's not really how this game is supposed to operate. And that's where I call it like idle light or semi-idle. There's a lot of active components to it. Okay, so reverse order of save and undo buttons. This matches how our dialogues look, e.g. from NPCs. Good. I like this game has that, but there's always something to be focusing on. Yeah, I like it too. I think it is nice to sometimes just like sit back and watch stuff happen. And in that sense, it's almost like, Stardew Valley is sort of advertised as a casual, like laid back game. But then there's an in-game clock. And when the day ends, you could potentially get like penalized if you're not in bed. And I've seen people comment that these things are sort of at odds with each other. I think it works really well. I think it's a great game, but it does add some pressure. So yes, you could take things at your own pace, but by the end of the day, you got to make it back to your house, and that can feel a little less like it's laid back. Now, I think the same sort of pressure kind of exists here, and that you are running an economy, and if you're getting tons of items and you're selling them quickly, then great. But if any of these are disappearing, you'll feel like that's adding pressure to you, even though there's no real penalty for that. So yes, you can idle. It's not going to punish you for like, well, 2 days ago you made the wrong decision, so now it's going to take you an extra 10 days to get to where you want to be. Like that's where I feel like typical idle games sit, and I don't like that space. And I feel like they play on addiction more than they play on fun. So I want this game to just be fun and for players to just enjoy what they're playing. My mom had the same bedtime penalty. She took like 2,000 gold from you and your pickaxe. Hi, Goose. About to open my house door. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing, right? There's like an optimizer mentality that makes it so that some people are like, it doesn't matter that this game is supposed to be casual. I want to min max it. And yeah, it's like, well, then you need to stay out till 2 a.m. some nights. This layout mode changed. I don't know why this keeps happening, but I think it's because I have this scene open still. So let's revert that. And let's take a look at these other ones here. So this is like restructure, get rid of local settings, pretty much. I don't think anything else drastically changed here. Excuse me. Yeah. Get rid of local settings. Every function within it was static, and all of them acted on local settings saver, strongly implying that they all should have been in local settings saver to begin with. Hey Chippy, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. And hey Smack. Thanks to the power of Twitch, I can tell you exactly how long it's been. Except for thanks to the power of Jump Royale, I need to scroll up even farther. August. Yeah, wow, it has been a while. Yeah. I wonder what the game looked like back in August. Let's go find out. Adam learns. Click and click and click. Okay, August. What is this? 4 months ago. I just want an approximate here. It doesn't really matter. This is September, so we go back a little bit. All right, let's check this one out. Game, where are you? Wow. The old UI. Oh, we were just working on probably getting the screen to resize properly. Oh my goodness, I remember doing that. What else do we have? Oh man, yeah, everything looks so different. All right, well, here's what the game looks like now. I mean, it's still the same game at its core. Yeah, lots of changes in the last few months. Some big things were we added in the town hall, which is where we put some of the like player-wide stuff and not adventurer stuff. So things like auto battling and making your customers move faster. We added in the tavern, which gives quests. And when you turn in the quests, you get permanent stat boosts. We added in this battle map that lets you choose where you're going to go fight. And some other stuff in the game too. Last thing I remember was looking for sprites. Really? I think we had sprites then. Yeah, because we had the map. Anyway, the last thing you remember isn't necessarily the last time you were here, so it makes sense that it would leave a different impact. Do you have a backup keyboard ready for any potential hardware failure you have? A whole keyboard? No. I have one other PCB, but I don't know what failure will look like on this keyboard. Like possibly at some point one of the switches just stops working and then maybe I have to resolder the socket, as opposed to like, I don't know, something causes it to just break entirely. But I think if I were to make a new keyboard, I think I'd probably want it to be wireless and probably no LEDs, just because I don't really use the ones that are on here right now. And that's because I soldered this poorly, so only the left half is working. I like the LEDs. And I would use them if they were working on the whole keyboard. In fact, maybe I should just leave it on for this. And that way people will be like, why is only the left half lighting up? And then what else did I do? Actually, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, I'd add an encoder. And I'd use that to control volume. I think that's pretty great. I have the volume controls right here. I mean, they're all right at my fingertips. It's a lot easier when you have a knob for it. I sold the Moonlander, yeah, to someone in chat. And I hope they're happy with it. Okay, so check that in. So now what else? Opposite order, consider renaming the buttons. Make undo disabled until the changes are made. All right, that one's a little bit harder to do because we need to know whenever you change something so that, where did that initial thing go? Initial local save data. And so we clone it here, and we need to know if anything changed within it, or we just need to keep track of a Boolean somewhere, like you clicked a button or you did something. Thoughts on the Glove 80? Been considering switching lately? My thoughts as someone who uses the keyboard like this is that it looks like it has too many keys. So if that's not a bother for you, then great. I think one of the issues with, is this even the keyboard? Let me look at their like marketing materials. They have a top-down view somewhere. Yeah. So I think of keyboards as kind of being like two types of keyboards. I think of, if you just search like a traditional keyboard, this is what most people are used to. And the qualities of a keyboard like this is that you have your modifier keys in sort of like the corner of the keyboard when you're using them. And same thing on here. It's like they're at the corners of the keyboard. And then I think of a keyboard like this as, hey, you've got thumb buttons now. So now I don't think you should be using this like outer, the periphery of your keyboard. I think those shouldn't exist because you should now start using the thumb buttons. And I think by having 6 of them, you're going to get confused. And I think by having all of these keys, you're going to be tempted to use it like a regular keyboard. I think both of those things are bad. So yeah, in my mind, it has too many keys. But like I said, if you're fine with that or you're used to this, then that's great. But yeah, that was one of the problems I had with the Moonlander when I tried using it. Is it has so many keys and there's no dedicated way to set it up. You can do whatever you want with it. And because there's so many of the keys, you can set it up like 14 different ways and still have it be viable. I think once you have a smaller keyboard, there are not so many different ways you can set it up. It's like, okay, how are you going to have modifier keys work? Well, either a combo or another layer or one-shot mods or homer mods or something. Looks like a corn that just lopped off the last column. The Glove 80? I think, well, maybe you're talking about something else, but I was going to say the Moonlander, I think is what you're talking about maybe. But it's got extra columns, I was going to say. The corn is pretty small. Like kind of like the controversial bigger cursor, having the sidebar to the right in VS Code is throwing me off. When did that happen? I don't remember when I did that, but the reason I did that is because when it was on the left, then having it open would bump all the code to the side. Whereas having it open on the right makes it look like nothing's changing about the code. Oh, what am I currently driving? Yeah, that's a corn. Yeah. All right, I'm going to save this one for later. I don't think this is super important for right now. And then clicking outside of the dialog seems to save changes. This, I just want to ask chat, what do you think? So we have a settings menu, and clicking outside of the menu, to be clear here. Hey, Ollie, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. You can all answer this question that I have. So we have a settings menu. You open this up and you make a change. So let's say you change the master volume. When you click in the background here, which button do you expect it to act like you clicked? Save or undo? So again, scenario is this. You go in, you click anything, and you click in the background. Should it save that change I just made, or should it undo it? What are your expectations? Because this really just comes down to expectations. Alternatively, it could do nothing, I guess. And you have to click one of these buttons. Expected to do nothing, undo, save, pop up, discard, save. Okay, so it's pretty split. So I think it should either do nothing and force you to click this, or it should pop up something like, you have changes, do you want to save them? Yeah, okay. I think one of those things is probably best. Chat seems divided on save versus undo. So they suggest either having it do nothing or have it pop up a dialog asking which you want. All right, so those are two improvements I think we'll make in the future. If I change something, I'd expect it to do nothing. Okay, I see. Highlight the save settings button and not exit. I think more effective would be discard changes pop up, forcing user to click no then save. Yeah. Yeah, either one of those is fine. I just, if unanimously everyone said, oh yeah, it should save the settings, then fine, we'll make it save the settings. But if people are split at all, then we shouldn't just pick an action when you do this. Now, with that said, none of these settings are so difficult to come up with again that you'd have a problem whichever we chose. But yeah, I think whatever is the user-friendliest thing is what we should do. Games I appreciate a save when clicking outside are ones where I'm opening a menu often. This one I don't expect to be frequented at all. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to check this in, and then I'm going to file an issue on the other changes that we want to make. Okay, yeah. Thanks for this change. I made a smallish change in the form of modifying local settings or removing local settings. Yeah. I'll file, actually I should just file it now, right? Improve game settings UI, which is what? Confirm saving / undoing. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, disabling the undo button. We should probably just file that as two different things. Disable the undo changes button in the settings UI until you've actually made changes. All right, let's take a picture of that. Then put some text here. This is always enabled. Then put that on GitHub. Call it UI and UX technically. And that's good. I don't think we need this to be done anytime soon. This is not a super important thing. If it's enabled and you click it and it doesn't do anything, it's really not a big deal. And then the other issue was this, clicking the background of the dialog. Confirm changes when clicking the background or clicking the background outside of the game settings menu. Yeah, so where is that? Is it game settings menu? Game settings menu, yeah. When clicking the background of the game settings menu, it currently acts as though you clicked the save button. I asked chat and they said this. I'm just gonna copy everything, even the stuff that's not relevant. Conclusion, we should pop up a dialogue asking if they want to save the changes, assuming there even are changes to be saved. UI, UX. Okay, so we filed two issues, which are 688 and 687. I've filed 687. Disable the undo changes button. Yeah, that's correct. And 688. To track some follow-up issues, but they're not super important. Yeah, I would expect to just close a window too. Yeah. If you don't have any changes, I think we can do that. I'll do those later. Okay, yeah. I don't think they're, by the way, I don't think they're more important than the other issues. Those were intentionally not filed for the festival stuff. Because the amount of people who end up here on the festivals is, you know, let's just say like 40% of the people who play the game. And then of those, they're only going to come to this probably once. So if undo's not disabled, it won't matter. If they accidentally save the wrong settings, and I guess they could get frustrated and leave, but I just don't see it being super important. All right, so those things are done. And then we have one more PR. Bump Z index. Not sure if it actually matters here one way or the other. Both components will cover each other if you pan the map to a specific location. Either instance map data covers start battle nudge, or start battle nudge covers the instance map data. It's a one-time occurrence anyway. Issues about changing the Z index, but its value is 10 and the location markers tooltip is 0, so we had to bump to 11. Oh, this might cause a problem. It's a 686 though. Let's take a look. Am I checking this comment after reviewing the PR? Let's see. Figure we can just use our current tile maps to achieve this. Example. I think this is good enough for now. I wonder if this has a performance impact. Because I was also thinking, should we just display a sprite in the whole background? But yeah, I think this should be good. This should be fine, assuming there's no major performance impact. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Undo is reset, not to the default. It's to, and it's got a tooltip on it, so it will be a little bit clearer. It says revert the changes you made to what they were when you open the settings page. Okay, so now we got to go look at the tutorial, which we are not in, so we can't do this. Change this to debug 2. I don't like undo on the right. Yeah, we can eventually consider that change to put confirm on the right side. The problem is we can't just do it in one spot, right? We need to do it everywhere. So we can change that. But yeah, let's restart this. So this will put me into the tutorial, and then we'll be able to see this dialogue. Wait, why am I not in this tutorial? What happened here? I'll just put another 2. I guess it didn't build? Yeah, it must not have built. Here we go. All right, so the thing that we're testing here is one little thing. We hire an adventurer, and then this thing pops up, and then this pops up. Click start battle here. Now, you can't have both of those open at once, so I guess that's not an issue. Wait a second. What was the original issue? Tooltip should show on top of this. Yeah. Okay, that way you can still read this. Yeah, I think this is good. This is one of those things where it's like, we're trying to direct your attention here. If you do happen to interact with this, you shouldn't be stopped from looking. You can't do anything anyway, and that's not like, it's just the tutorial that's stopping you. It's that you haven't paid money and you don't have the money. Or well, actually, I guess you might have the money, but yeah, anyway. Hey, Mars. One of those days. I hope it goes better tomorrow. At least it's Thursday. They have to go in a cellar, a Skeleseller cellar, where they sell skeletons, cellar skeletons. Would better just have the arrow moving and the message static, or did you try that already and just like it how it is? I didn't put a lot of thought after I got what I wanted to do. As in, I envisioned this and then thought, that is what I envisioned, let's move on. But part of the reason why is because this doesn't have to be final. We could change how this works. It was just to see, does this at least function for now? And then that weekend, I had a friend play the game and she did immediately see this. And she was like, okay, cool, I understand what I'm doing. So that's it. Could we make this look a little better? Probably. And that probably goes true. That's probably true for like everything. But yeah, I wanted people to at least see what's going on here. If they click the wrong thing, that they know how to fix it. And there's only one wrong thing you can click, and it's this. What if we added to the left of the start button? Yeah, again, I'm not super concerned about that stuff right now. We could possibly make it look better. Maybe this UI is going to change again in the future. For now, this works. It's something you see once. It's fine. Okay, so I think this is good. Let's take a look. It should just be a z-index change, which I assume is pretty simple. Yep, cool. Awesome, this works. Great, great, great. Squash and merge. All right, now we switch back to main. Our lowest priority if they're not game breaking. Wait, whoa, changes to commit. Oh yeah, the tutorial thing. I was like, I didn't make any changes. Lo and behold, I did make changes. Yeah, I think every issue, every feature will have some priority. Obviously, like, you know, making a battle system for an RPG is probably way higher than making like a leaderboard for that RPG of like who beat the game the fastest. And yeah, stuff like this. It's one of those things where I feel like the priority goes up a little bit because it's for new players seeing this. When a new player experiences something, they have no hook, they have no grip on the game yet. They don't know that they're enjoying it or that they're going to enjoy it. So any little friction point is amplified a little bit in their head. Like, oh, I couldn't do that and I wanted to do that. And oh, now this part isn't what I expect. Like, I'll just play a different game. So I think that'd be bad. I think that if this same thing happened like 3 hours into the game and you're like, man, I'm having fun, but oh, this tiny little thing happened, you'd probably still continue to play. Obviously, you'd want to reduce friction as much as possible across the board, but assuming you had a budget of time or money or whatever else. All right, make sure all game settings have a tooltip. Let's go do that. That was just this stuff. I don't think there's anything super important here to write. What do we say for this? Show loot on the battle results screen. Should this even be an option? Why would you want this off? I mean, we coded it, so we might as well leave it here for now, but why would you want this off? Set whether you can see which loot you earned from battles that you win. All right, battle stats. Set whether you can see statistics like the battle duration, the damage that your party dealt, and how much health your party had at the end of the fight. Yeah. All right, what else? Game scale we already have. Window mode we already have. FPS limit I don't recall. Let's just load the game up and see. Did I make a change? Oh, I switched to main. Game scale exists, window mode exists, FPS limit exists, VSync exists. This does not have a tooltip. And I want to clarify that. Where is that? FPS. Here it is. All right, we're going to use bold here instead. frames per second and turn this on. All right, now if we make this visible, well, it's impossible to read. We'll just have to try it in the game. Yeah, I don't know if this slider should be here, or sorry, not if the slider should be here. If there should be a tooltip on this saying like this is the FPS you're setting. I don't know if that's needed. Hey, Sergeant Pepper. And then we should probably have tooltips for this stuff. Yeah. Does it even work on a slider? I'm not sure. It should. Where's our first one? Master volume here. Okay, I'm just going to say testeroni here. We're just going to see if this works. It does work. But I meant to put it over here. But I'm not sure where you'd expect it to be. Maybe on this? No, probably just on master volume. I think that's fine. Let's put it there. Okay. Sergeant Pepper, by the way, reminds me of Perry Bible Fellowship. Is that what it's called? I know it's not from there, but why am I getting that? Maybe it was... I'm never going to find this for right now. There was some bear that was eating honey in one of the comics. His name was Sergeant something. That's what comes to my mind first. Controls the volume of everything in the game. I'll just bold this. This, yeah. Okay, next up is music. I do not think people need a tooltip for this. And technically this should be over here, which might work or might not. I'm not sure. Let's reload this. I know I copy pasted the tooltip. That's not the point. The point is to see if I can hover over any part of that. Yes. Although now that I try it, I don't think you would expect that. I think you just expect to be over here. Never got that one before. Controls the volume of just the music that plays. Then effects. Controls the volume of all effects. Town sounds, battle sounds, and UI sounds. Okay. This is just town sounds. Controls the volume of sounds that happen outside of battle that you don't explicitly trigger, e.g. item sales. And we are not consistent with this, so I need to make this consistent at some point. This is control the sound, the volume of sounds that happen inside of a battle. And the final one here is UI. Where did that go? Control, no, not that one. Control the volume of sounds that happen outside of a battle that you explicitly trigger. E.g. clicking buttons or characters. What else do you click that causes this? Maybe just clicking things? Volume of sounds. Maybe just that way, that you explicitly trigger, e.g. clicking buttons. Yeah. Okay, and then do we have a thing about, an issue about controlling the volume of all of that? No. I think we need an issue about that. Make UI and town sounds consistent. Okay, so both are obviously not battle sounds, but the difference between the UI and town sounds is that the UI sounds are all from actions that you trigger. So for example, clicking an apple should be considered a UI sound, but selling an item should be considered... No, here's a better example. When a customer buys an item, it's a town sound, but when you bring an item to the slime, it's a UI sound. Yeah, that's it. Oh man. So this means that the sound files themselves can't be associated to one or the other. It needs to be in the context of actually playing the sound. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. All right, do we have something about sound or audio? Yeah. This isn't super important. I don't think anyone's really gonna pay very close attention to this, but it would mean that this tooltip is wrong. So now we just need it on the save button. Save any changes you've made to the settings. M2? We in and out with lots of meetings today. Wait, wasn't today the railroad event? Am I mistaken? Or was that yesterday? I leave in the morning. I see. All right, well, I hope it's good. All right, so every single one of these things should have a tooltip now. Yeah, except for this slider, which I don't think matters. FPS is frames per second. Yeah, cool. Preparing for my credit card to be lit on fire. How quickly can you swipe it? All right, what I want to try here is, let's do this. Here's an idea. Let's select all instances of text and then copy it over to here and then scrap all that and go to docs.new and then spell check it just to make sure I didn't mess anything up. Frame rate is technically 2 words. Really? Frame rate as 2 words gives 3.1 million results. Frame rate as 1 word gives 2.2 million results. Huh. Okay. Sure. Yeah, let's change it. Frame rate. And we don't ever use that anywhere else in the code base, do we? Frame rate. Here, these 2 things. Okay. All right, so improve settings menu tooltips, added tooltips where they didn't exist, and change the word frame rate. Or I guess like split the word frame rate into 2. Do we do anything else? I don't think so. How could you join those 2 words? How dare you? They're 2 separate words. Okay, what's next? See if we can vertically shrink the skill tree. Yes, let's do that. I think a redesign of the whole skill tree would be a good idea, but for now I just want to get, I want to pinch it down. Someday in the future, you'll probably be able to, thanks to AI, just like move your hands like this and squish a UI down. It'll just relocate all the buttons and stuff. But we are not in that future day. So yeah, this. I think someone suggested, what if we just got rid of these horizontal rules? I think we can do that. We can try that out. Let's see. Skill tree. It's actually skill table. And there are separators here. And I think we just delete the separators. I like how the separators look. They just add height to the page. It'd be cool to have your own Jarvis like that, right? And like I said, it's not too far-fetched to think that that could happen at some point. Yeah, so then the other suggestion we got is that these things about spend 1 point to unlock these skills, what if they just showed up in the tooltips here? Put the spend 1 label as a 1 plus a label to the side of the row. What do you think? One plus a tooltip. I think if you just saw, like, these are obviously disabled compared to the other ones. So I think if you saw something in the tooltip, maybe at the top saying, like, you need at least 1 point to unlock this. The other thing is if you do put a point in, it will make these things visible. All right, let's get rid of that text and just see what happens. Spend. Oh, it's built into the not enough points. Yeah. So let's just delete both of these. And then search for not enough points, except for all mashed together like that. Not has enough for row. Yeah, we just delete this stuff. Okay, this is going to look very condensed. I think one day someone will make an AI to fully code the game for you. I don't think it's unreasonable to think we could get to that point. And I don't know when that point would be. But before that, we'll have just a more extreme version of what's going on right now. Like I do have an AI helping, but it's helping on like, a line here and there. Eventually it'll help on functions here or there or features here and there. And this is what GitHub is working on with, what's it called? GitHub Copilot Workspaces or something like that. I didn't know about this until someone suggested it to me. And then I looked into it and it didn't seem like it was that great yet. But the idea is that you assign an issue to a bot, an AI, and then it goes and does it for you. So I might say something here like condense the skill tree. And I say whatever, the tasks here, like description 1, description 2. And then I click create and I assign it to the bot. And it's like, okay, here's my plan. And it goes and writes some code and you review the code. And it's just like if a human had done it, but it probably takes a fraction of the time. Now, the reason I said it doesn't look so great right now is because, yeah, sure, it might take a fraction of the time, but it apparently doesn't do a very good job at it. So if you're going to have to go over all of its work anyway, it's probably not helping a whole lot yet. I was thinking about the technical style gap between the intro image and the rest of the game. Big thing being the angle of view affecting the nature of the game's possible art direction. So you're talking about the title screen versus everything else, right? Because a couple people have talked about this, and yeah, and I'm not totally sure what I want to do there. I like this artwork. I don't like that the title screen is static. But I don't think this needs to be too terribly different for it to feel fine. I think we just need more motion here. Like imagine if the smoke were animated and the logo popped in from the top. Yeah, I'm not sure. Prefer having the stats listed vertically with a value to the right like a table. Perhaps have the stats in the left column and skill tree in the right column. Yeah, like I said, I think we should do a total layout, like a re-layout of this. And until then, I'm just trying to come up with something that's kind of good enough so that this isn't taking up so much of the screen. This never becomes enabled now. What's going on? Do we actually enable something here? Well, that's weird. What? Oh, am I in the wrong? Maybe I was in the wrong game version. Yes, I was. Okay. Yeah, the portal and back can be animated. Yeah, I think just kind of more motion there. I was trying to work on the music for that screen yesterday, and I just didn't really make any progress. But I think music will also help that screen. Okay, well, I like that this is more consolidated. Like I said, I think it'll be obvious when you put points in here how this works, but I do think we need some other indicator of it. And it could just say in the tooltip, in bold, maybe at the top of this, like you do not have enough points. Although I don't even know how we can figure that out for the tooltip. We need the button to know, so that when the button shows the tooltip, because this must have a way of getting the tooltip in here, right? If it does, I don't know where it is. Oh, there must be a mouse entered. Yeah, here it is. Mouse entered. What do we do on there? On mouse entered. Mouse entered invoke. This gets called over to the skill table, which then has on hover skill button, which goes to the skill tree, which presumably spawns a tooltip, right? Yeah, show an update tooltip. And here we set the text. We could check here something like if you can't access this skill to add some blurb at the bottom. This is making me think that this isn't worth doing and that I should probably just relay out the whole thing. And I don't really want to do that just yet. Yeah. Okay, what if what if we left it like this and we didn't even have tooltips and you're just like, why don't these work? These make a sound? They don't. I feel like there should be a bonk sound when you try clicking those. General conclusion. I don't think I should do this hackily. We should do this the right way. Yeah, but yeah, I don't like how much space this is taking up. Maybe this should say innate skills. That might help. That's another thing that people were a little confused by. Skill tree, skills label, innate skills. What if we centered this and did not have a colon here? Would that look better? I don't know. I think we just need to overhaul this whole UI. I think anything else I do here is not going to be great. Yeah, and now this is not centered. So yeah, let's just, I think having the word innate there is worthwhile. I think that's an easy thing to do. And that could help cue some people into the fact that you start with these. Yeah, okay. Let's go undo everything I just did then. Why did the layout mode change here? I don't know. Wonder if we should just check that in. Skill table. Yeah, we're getting rid of all these changes. And we're just keeping this one, which is definitely worthwhile. Easy peasy win. Add the word innate to the skill tree. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, we gotta do that at some point. Okay, so I think this is the next issue worth doing. I might take a break before doing this, but let's take a look at it really fast. Right now, you have to wait for battle to finish before you can enable auto battling. We should allow you to enable auto battling before or maybe during the battle. Best way to do this is have a checkbox during a battle. That part sounds fine. But then a lot of people said that there should probably be like a checkbox right next to start battle over here that says to auto battle. Or to just enable it by default and you turn it off when you don't want it. I'm not sure. Perhaps passive skills is more common. So they're not passives though. Like this is an active ability and this is a passive ability. So that's why I wrote innate. Like these are ones that are built in and these are ones you have to get. Surprised he wasn't able to by default. Yeah, so I think like an easy win here is add a checkbox during a checkbox during a battle that lets you enable or disable auto battle. That part seems pretty unambiguous to me. But then I guess the question is, how do you enable it before a battle? And option number 1 is just, it's always enabled before every battle. And you have to turn it off. Option number 2 is, it's a setting in the settings menu. Like something like this. Enable auto battle on new fights, new battles. Option number 3 is it's a checkbox in the battle map UI. When we get the break time Skeleseller idle battle arena. Who can sell the most things? I think it'd be cool to do something like that. I like the checkbox before you start the battle. Yeah, I think option 3 is what someone proposed in the feedback, and I thought it was a pretty good idea. But then someone else is like, why shouldn't it just be a global option? But the way I think it should work is there's a checkbox right here, and whether you check it or uncheck it, it's set from then on out. So for example, if I were to start a battle with it checked, then the next time I open this to start a new battle, it's still going to be checked. And then you can always toggle it for individual windows if you want. So I think let's try that out maybe. And then also put one in the battle. We'll make a special button there. Yeah. All right, so add a checkbox to the battle panel for when you're about to start a fight. What do we do about elites though? You can't auto battle elites. Do we just silently turn it off? Probably. Yeah, probably. But for that specific battle. Because I don't want you to get into a case where, like, you're auto battling, everything's working great, you're in the forest, auto battle. Then you get to the canyon, which is a boss place, and now this gets disabled. So now you can't go and use it anywhere else. Maybe it'll be more obvious once we've made it. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then separate auto battle from flee. And then always show auto battle controls mid-fight so that you can turn it on or off. Now there's one other case here which we haven't done, which is when you start a new party. So if I were to do this, okay, did I get a picture? No, I didn't. The rogue was right next to the portal, so that was really hard to do. Let's try that again. Yeah. All right, so this is the only problem here. We have a walking to the portal screen, and there's just a cancel button, but I think we need some like enable auto battle thing here too. Maybe not, but yeah, I think you'd want it. Yeah, I think you would want it. Okay, let's write that down too. You turn it off and have a warning you can't auto battle elites. But what I was concerned with is if turning it off is going to then keep it turned off because this is a global setting even for future battles. Disable the checkbox control regardless of current state and have a tooltip. Yeah, okay, I think that could work. We could just disable the checkbox and have a tooltip for why it's disabled, but don't actually turn off the checkbox. Or don't actually turn off the underlying setting. Always shows mid-fight, and then add a checkbox to the walking to portal screen. All right, I'm gonna take a break before we get to this stuff, but then I definitely want to add this. And then what time is it? It'll probably be like 10:30 or 11 by the time we get done with that. So we'll probably have like another hour, and we'll tackle something else. Yeah, is it jump time? It's jump time. I'll be back. Type join in Twitch chat if you want to play. and figure it out. See you soon. Hey again, close the game. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in chat. I don't see anything, but then again, I can only scroll so far. Okay, let's get to this. So add a checkbox to the battle panel for when you're about to start a fight. Yeah, there's going to be another problem here, which is that I don't know how to theme these checkboxes. I guess we could use an icon. We're going to need an icon for battle, right? Because right now this is what this looks like. And we have, just put this picture over here. Let's put it in GIMP. Yeah, so we have an icon for fleeing. We also have an icon for starting auto battle. Where is that? Auto battle, there. Or turning off auto battle. I guess we don't have one for starting it because that's the whole feature we're trying to make. Yeah, so that. So we could use that same icon. It's just going to look weird because it's going to be themed differently. I mean, let's try it, see what it looks like. Might not look bad. Well, it probably will. Battle panel. All right, so there's the start button. Now, what if we duplicate this, turn this into a toggle mode? Makes the button flip state between press and unpressed. We didn't, this is not what we should be doing. We should make a checkbox. Can you give it different states though? Icon. Cancel. Icon behavior. What is this doing? All right, well, we might need to make something custom for this. Use the same icon from the town perk for auto battle. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess this makes more sense for auto battling. Yeah. Use the icon from the town perk for auto battling. But still, as far as the button looks, I want this to, I mean, I can make this smaller probably. And if I can't, I can just make my own custom button. So we'll have a smaller button, but then assuming this is the same size, would this look good? I don't think so. How about this? Ignore the size, of course. What if we move the skill point labels to the small boxes in the corner of each skill? We just mentioned left and right click on the icon and remove the minus and plus. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need to put some thought into this. Because one of the things that led to the design of the skill point or skill buttons that we have right now is that like no amount of other indicators would actually tell people you could remove points. So having an explicit minus button, now people are actually clicking that button. Now I know we have reset skills. I know that this says that you can click the minus button, but I still saw people who were like, oh, I need to change one skill. And they click reset and then they go back and be like, okay, now I fixed it, right? But then at some point they notice a minus and they're like, oh, I could just do that. So anyway, I don't know. I think we need to figure that out. I think this needs its own control, the custom button and a label, or the same control as the end battle scene. So end battle screen uses, what style of button is this? A check button. And if we were to put this right here, it does get themed, but I kind of wanted something that was going to be smaller. And part of me kind of wonders, what if we did this? What if we just said start battle and we had this? Oh, that wouldn't work though, would it? No. Because you can only have one effect when you click this button. Maybe turning this on. Yeah, I wanted there to be like some checkbox right next to this. Something sort of like that, I guess. But that's not gonna look good. The way I think we'd have to do something like this is we would need to connect these buttons to let them know that they're like, yeah, that they're one thing, and then have a tooltip or something for it. All right, well, what do you need to be able to do? I guess let's talk about requirements first, and then let's figure this out. Start a battle and toggle auto battle. So option one could be button for start battle and checkbox for auto battle. Option number two could just be like two separate buttons. Start and start with auto battle. This would only really be good if people were choosing each one about 50-50. Option number 2 is like a connected button. I guess this is kind of like a 1B kind of thing. Connected button where they look sort of like the same element so that it's more obvious that they're related. Yeah, I mean, I think it's something like this. I guess I'll just mock this up really quickly. We would have a button. Well, the control should be the root of the scene. We have a button and then we have a checkbox. And then we say start battle. And we put this here. And connect it sort of like this. Yeah. So imagine a control. Can we modulate this just to make it more obvious? Not really. Yeah, there's no real way to do that. Not through here at least. But yeah, something like that where it's like, okay, you could click start battle, but you could also toggle this checkbox like in line almost. I think let's just go with a checkbox. And then the problem is I just don't know what it should look like exactly. Because if we don't have any label on it, then what does this mean to you? So it'd have to look like the icon, I think. Which then means that we need a button that can have the right style and have the icon on it. When is the Steam Fest? There are 2 of them. One's February 3rd, the other is February 24th. Man, okay. So I guess let's try this again. So there's some repeat thing or cycle is what it's called. And you just can't shrink this. It's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad. Unless we maybe set the size of the button itself. Can we do that? Transform like, no, you can't because it's in a container. So we would need to make a custom button, I think. What about a play icon? Just like a video play icon for start battle? I think having explicitly written out start battle is good. I'm mostly concerned about what should the auto repeat thing look like. And yeah, I think it could just be this, and it can look like this but be smaller, and then just change colors based on whether it's on or off. I think that would work. So we have a modulate here. I only want to modulate the icon though. Yeah, I need to make a custom button. But anyway, imagine that it's like, okay, now it's on and now it's off. And you can click between these things and you can tell at any given point. I think that would work pretty well. Idea. I don't like this because we are taking more vertical space and we're taking it from the map. And the map is one of the only things that needs a lot of space on this. Could it look the same as in the battle window, but bigger? Consistency makes it easy to understand what it does. So I think the consistency is important, but I think it should probably look maybe more like this. There'd be a repeat battle and there'd be some like just the icon here. Because in the battle window, we have like an explicitly stated, we have this, and this says auto battle. But no, actually, sorry. In the end battle screen, it works differently. Because as soon as you click this in the end battle screen, it will go back and repeat the battle. Here, it is a setting for when you click start battle. So they do operate a little differently. Oh wait, nope, this expands the panel. Sorry, wait, did I miss something? I don't know what the nope is too, so I probably missed something. Okay, I think I'm gonna try this idea that's here. So we need to make a custom button that has an icon. Yeah, and then just color it based on whether it's on or off. So a button that is an icon. So let's make a like icon button. What am I doing? We need, didn't I make a button with custom children? I did. What uses this? So it takes space from the map, but it expands the panel instead. The map has the same minimum size always. No, wait, what I'm trying to say is any extra space that could be used by the map should be used by the map. So if we have an extra line of text, that space that the map should be using. It might not be how it works currently, but I think that's how it should be. But anyway, I think this idea with the icon thing could work. So I want to test this out. Button with custom children. This will probably take me longer than I thought it would. And what do we use this for? We don't use this right now. I was using it for something and I forgot what. And then I realized that this class exists. Okay, so how do we do that then? Oh, they didn't fix this. Scenes UI. Where is it? Button with custom children is in scenes? Shouldn't be there. Okay, so we have the button itself, and then we have the children container. I want to save this as something like icon button. Or maybe just like auto battle button. No, let's just call it icon button for now. So the custom children, it's going to have a texture rectangle in it. And then this is going to have the texture of cycle, but it's not going to be gigantic. It currently is gigantic. Can we just set its size somewhere? Oh, we might want this to expand based on where it is. How about we just save it like that, and we try putting one of these in here and see what it looks like. So we get rid of that, and that, and that. And then instantiate in an icon button. Yeah, so I want this to shrink, which would mean that this texture can't be so large. What do we do for the flea texture? What is that even? Flea button, what is it called? Run.svg. Is run.svg just like a different size thing? No. So how do I do that? Where's the flea button? Oh, it's during a battle instance. Here it is. All right, how do we do this? It's an icon button. We just gave it a size? Yeah, we made it 32 by 32. Okay, so we can just do the same thing over here. Cycle, transform. Oh, it's inside a container. Oh God, it can't be inside a container. Except for easy. Or just make the container smaller. Oh, we can't do that because what? Button with custom children is a container? Okay, well, we could just make a totally different thing here. So this is not a margin container. It's just a thing that happens to have a button. But then isn't that what sizes this to the right amount? Yeah, it is. And the other thing we could do is save a smaller icon. But I don't think that's a good idea. How else would we get this to work? Because I wrote something about this somewhere. Button with custom children. A container with two children. A button, a container. Oh, that's the button that this was used for. Have a custom icon. I just want to set a maximum size on this thing. And there's no concept of that. Oh, wait, we could do a shrink. Then we need it. I don't think it's going to do anything. No. I guess yeah, I guess we just need this to not be inside of a, oh wait, we can do that. Oh, thank goodness. I just clicked a bunch of stuff and it eventually did what I wanted to do. Would we be able to resize it with code? No. So the way this works is containers are special nodes in Godot that control the size and position of their children. So if you have a container and it's doing the wrong thing with sizing and positioning, it means you need a different container. And in this case, we happen to be able to say not to expand the icon. So yeah, that should work. Does the game come out today? No, so the game is already playable. I released a new version yesterday. If you want to try it out, you can go to itch and you can download it. Yeah, 19 hours ago. I have not been updating the patch notes because they're just not worth it yet. And there is no demo on Steam yet either. But the demo on Steam is going to be there by the Idler Festival. So February 3rd is our deadline. Thanks, Mini Panda. If you end up moving into an H box, I think you will. You'll need to change that to fit width instead. Oh, this was it. This was going to be the whole button. I was going to just say we're done. But I guess this needs to be sized correctly now. Oh, we need some padding around it. Isn't it a margin container already? It is. Can't we just change the margin then? Margin, top, left, etc. Let's change these to like 3 pixels. Does that look better? It's better. But this is still not. Wait, is it better? I don't even think it is. Maybe it's deleting the margin? I'm not sure what's happening there. Theme overrides? Oh, it is overriding this, isn't it? No, it's not expanding the button. This is on the wrong thing. This is on the outside margin container. I'm not sure why this isn't working. If I up this to like a very large number, I'm not going to try to make these even, but there. So now there's a bunch of space around it. Oh, now there's a bunch of space here too. Okay, never mind. All right, so then I guess it just wasn't large enough. 5, 5, 5, 5. This is something's got to be wrong here about what I'm doing, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it was having uneven ones that caused this to happen. 10, 10, 10, 10. Yeah, I guess it's just that I was super zoomed in. I don't know. This looks good. It could probably be a little bit better. I'm going to take the time to make this just a touch nicer. We're going to find the perfect size for this. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Because the more we shrink this, the more it's going to shrink every other button there. And this looks too tight. So I think we need it to be a little bit larger, and that's the right size. But there is something off about this. Yeah, there's something off about this. Hey, Code Alarm. And hey, Matt. Actually, yeah, I guess we could just change the margins to make it not look like that. The other thing we could do is apply the same theme over here. We have some stone theme. And if we apply that, it should look like the button that we have. Yeah. So, oh, thanks for the resub, Matt. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's more padding at the top, but I think that's coming from the button style itself. Stone theme. You can't type it like that. You gotta type it like this. And then we go to the normal state, and I have the texture margin set so there actually is more on the right and bottom, and the content margin isn't set. Wait a second, isn't that a mistake? UI. Fancy stone is 40 by 40. Oh man, I think I know what we have to do, but I don't think it's easy. We got to open this up and we got to see how did this compare to the other one that we had. Because we only need maybe that much space. No, that might not be true because we need to get the grain of the stone in there, right? So then can we just change the margin? If I bump this up, is this doing anything? Oh no, this is changing the background. So wait, then the content margin doesn't matter here? Oh, it does. It just needs to be very large. Why does it need to be that large? Because of the icon size. Something's definitely wrong. Expand mode is set to ignore size. I guess any of these things will work, but keep size won't work. Fit width, fit height. It's a square, so I don't think any of this matters. What does ignore size mean, though? The size of the texture won't be considered for minimum size calculation. It can be shrunk down past it. I think we want it to be fit width. Yeah. That way we can change the size of the button, I think. But then nothing will actually control the size of the button. Maybe this would, if I set this to 32 by 32. You can't do that? Oh, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Layout, custom minimum size, 32 by 32. That was strange. Hey, Fern, how you doing? How's the streaming going? Do you feel drastically different from when you were trying to stream a few weeks ago? It may not work how you're assuming. It may not. I wanted to see. Oh, I guess there's also stretch mode here. Keep aspect. I guess we do need the minimum size on the icon. All right, so 32 by 32. I guess delete this one. Delete this if I have it. I don't. Doing good. Doing fine. I'm glad to hear it. I think Fern with mental health is Fern 2.0. I think she is a good Fern. I am trying to figure out how to get an icon to be like centered inside this button. And I think this has to do with how the button is laid out. But actually, let's just try something really fast here. Let's add a new button and let's set the theme of this to the stone panel theme and then just write any text in here. Is this centered? So if I just draw a rectangle up from the top down to here and then move that rectangle like this, that's probably not how you're supposed to do this. Probably supposed to do it to a lowercase letter, and most specifically probably the letter X. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So I guess it's centered. So I don't think it's the button. I think it's the icon. And the icon itself is not hopefully messed up. Icons. What is this one called? Cycle? Open with GIMP. Yeah, it's centered in this. I don't think it's the icon. I think it's some other thing that I'm doing here, and I'm not totally sure what yet. This rectangle isn't even centered. Oh, you know what? It's probably centered. It's probably centered based on the shadow. So we would just need to offset this a little bit differently then, by making it so that the margin bottom is slightly bigger and margin right is slightly bigger. What I just do? Okay, I think the screen flickered for everybody, but we're back. All right, whatever. That's good enough. I think we're good. Let's just ignore that for now. And this looks fine. So now I think I want this on the other side, although I'm not positive. No, maybe on the right side. And then I do want there to be some connective tissue here somehow. Some like this is inside of a container that has a different background, or just we connect these somehow. I'm not sure how. But now what we could do is we could give a custom script to this thing and then customize its color of just the icon. And it's white to begin with, so we should be able to change it to any color and still have it look good. So maybe like something like that. Although you're never supposed to use color as the only indicator that something is on. Maybe there could be a pressed state of this button. But yeah, the red side of things would look like this, or maybe not even red. Maybe it's like it's either green or it's gray. Yeah, I think that would look good. All right, but then we need some other indicator. The button could look like it's pressed, but this is not a proper button. So I don't think we could easily get that. There's the toggle button style here. Stickers arrived. Ooh, nice. Wow, you got a lot of them too. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be for the auto repeat button specifically. What do I want to do here? I could make an icon button script, and it inherits from button with custom children, and it knows how to set the icon color. In this case, this button is going to act like a toggle button. So let's call this icon button. Let's go make a new script. Source scene script UI icon button. Okay. Button with custom children. This isn't even right. All right, now what? Now we want there to be some like set the icon color and set whether this is pressed. What did it even get? It needs this texture rect. This is the icon. All right. We don't have a label here. So we're going to get this. That's looking good. Oh, we probably do need this. I don't know what this does. It does all the right stuff. Pretty nice. All right, and then we're going to need some like set the icon. So just public void testeroni. And we're going to say icon.modulate equals gd.rand range. Actually, let's just do this for everything. Let's just make a new color. I'm doing this for testing. We don't want it to be a random color every time you click it, but this will let us try it out. Okay, next up, we go into the automation thing that we have here and set up auto battle. Yeah. So this goes just after skipping the tutorial. And then we go into the end battles or the battle panel and we get this button. So this is this is listed as a button with custom children. This is going to be the auto repeat button. Did desktop capture break? Yeah. Thank you. There we go. Sorry. I appreciate that, Joss. And Puppet. Let me give you both a point. Okay, now we fetch this from inside the battle panel. So there's going to be a private icon button auto repeat button equals null. We import that. Only the finest imported code. Inside of ready, we go fetch it. This is an icon button and it's called, what did I call it? Auto repeat, probably? Auto repeat, yeah. All right, and then every time you click it, we are going to call that testeroni function. All right, let's try that out. What capture card do I use? I think it's in my specs command. Oh, and I think someone asked before I started the break, why is only one half my keyboard lighting up? And it's because I soldered this poorly. Yeah, the capture card is in there. It's an Elgato Cam Link. But that's only for the camera. I'm just sharing my desktop. The reason it froze is because I pressed some shortcut that I think locked the screen or something. All right, anyway, let's go take a look at it. So every time I click this, it should change color. Yeah, it is. It's kind of subtle because it's only changing the icon color and it's totally random, so it's picking a lot of dark colors sometimes. In fact, why isn't that picking like a bright color? Every once in a while, it should pick like a bright red or a bright green. Huh. I know it's random that would happen, but I'm surprised it didn't happen. Okay, is the texture of this set correctly? We need this to look like however the flee button looks. Flee button has a texture filter of linear. This probably has that by default. Linear. Yeah. Would it not be better doing a background color? I don't think so, because then we'll lose the button theming that we normally have. Yeah. Okay. I do think changing the button background is good, but I think it's going to be for making it look like this is actually turned on. So we'll say set icon modulate color, and just set this to the color that we pass in. So then wherever we do this in the battle panel, set icon modulate. So we need to know whether this thing's on or off. I'm just going to keep track of a Boolean here for now. I'm not going to keep it here. Or well, I might keep it here, but I'm going to rename it. But we're going to call this auto battle enabled. Yeah, it'll be false by default. All right, so this is going to toggle that. And then if it's enabled, colors dot green. And if it's not, then colors dot gray. Okay. Have dark color on, light color is off. I was thinking just green and gray. And then the background could change slightly based on whether this thing is on or off. So it looks something like this. This is not super clear on its own. And like I said, this is why color shouldn't be the only indicator. So I think we could change the icon. We could have like an X and then the auto repeat thing. You can set the button to use toggle mode and use a button style to change the texture to one modulated. I don't think that'll work because the button is not actually this element. It just happens to get sized the same way. But maybe it would. Button pressed. Oh yeah, it would. Wild. Wild. So this is actually an icon toggle button. We should probably rename it at some point. Let me put a to-do item here. To do, this is actually an icon toggle button, the way that it was made in the scene. So we need like a set pressed no signal. I think that's what they call it. Yeah. Bool is pressed. Okay, so do this in here is pressed. Colors.green. Otherwise colors.gray. And then the button itself, which is apparently not protected. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, fine, protected. We need to rename this now to button. And then make a get set. Actually, it could be a private set. Yeah. So now we get that from the icon button. Button.set pressed no signal is pressed. And we don't need this anymore. And now in the battle panel, it's going to break. So we just say set press no signal. to whether or not auto battle's enabled. Okay. This is a pretty impactful change, just allowing you to set auto battle before the battle started. So I'm glad we're working on this. Yeah, all right. So it's doing what I want, but I don't think it's clear. Yeah, I don't think it's super clear what this represents. So this is on, but it doesn't really look like it's on, and now it's off. What's the button for? The button is for enabling auto battle. And in fact, we need a tooltip on that for sure. And it's got to be something that's customized. So we call this auto repeat tooltip. And for now, we just say something like, well, yeah, sure, this is set through code. Maybe want to treat the states in the opposite way. Yeah. Let's try it. So we reverse these things to gray and to green. Yeah. Did a lot of people ask for this? A lot of people asked for this, yeah. Do a text pop-up. I don't think a text pop-up would be a good idea because I think the tooltip should indicate to you what this is doing, which, why is that not working? That's scary. That is scary. Oh, maybe the tooltip itself was set through code and that's not set now. No, it is set. Uh-oh. Or maybe, huh, yeah, what is going on there? How does this operate? It adds a mouse entered if it's a control, otherwise it throws an error. It is a control though, so that's not a problem. And we set the mouse filter to pass. I don't think there's an issue with that, but I don't know why it's not working. It's pass propagate up. Is that a different thing or is that just some parenthetical text they add there? Pass, ignore. Yeah, it's just some parenthetical text. Oh, man. All right, let's just play through here. I don't know why that's not showing up. That's not good. Unless the battle panel sets where the tooltip shows. It almost certainly doesn't. It does not. That's not good. No, this is the wrong thing. It's over here. Tooltip. Yeah, huh. Strange. Strange indeed. So margin container. Margin container typically, it is set to pass already. All right, well, let's set a breakpoint then. Find out why this isn't working. Tooltip on parent. On hover. Here it is. Let's set a breakpoint there. Maybe it just doesn't have text. I don't know how that'd be possible. Because I set it to something. The inner button may be absorbed. Oh, that's probably what's happening. Yeah, so then this isn't even being hit. Why is that inner button used? Button with custom children. Do we use mouse entered or anything? Make all children ignore mouse? The button is set to ignore it. Oh, maybe it's an ordering problem. I think I know what's going on. I think the tooltip gets added and it sets it to pass, and then we set this to ignore. So we're overriding it. Oh, how would we fix that? because we're just in ready here. We need all the children to be in a scene first. Then we need to add tooltip to parent to just get set afterward, I guess. All right, I'm gonna kind of hackily do this for right now. Let's try something just to make sure that that actually is the problem. Mouse filter equals pass. So if I do this and it works, then I know what I'm going to do to fix this, I think. Field should not follow a property. Element should be separated by a blank line, sure. I think the whole background lighting up is a bit more clear with green meaning good or it's on. You think just don't even change the color of this? Also, this did not work. Make all children ignore mouse. This runs, oh, it only runs on children container. It is probably the button overriding this then. Yeah, so in this case, I guess we do want to turn this off. Mouse filter equals ignore. The recycle thing should probably stay white in either state. Yeah, I want to try that out a little bit more. And maybe even just a subtle change of like white to slightly gray or something. But, excuse me, maybe changing icons as well. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Kevin was right. Now you can't click this though. Oh. Because yeah, it was the buttons pressed event that we were using. So I think we just need to add the tooltip to the button. Yeah, I think that's all we have to do. So let's just delete this from here. It's a little strange. Oh, we don't need to delete it. We could just make this editable and then put this here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to write that down because that is not going to be clear to me in the future. If you want to add a tooltip on parent to this, you will need to add it to the button itself, or else the button will absorb all the mouse events. All right, it's not even that. It's that since it no, it is that. Yeah. Since the button will absorb the mouse events. Yeah, sure, consume the events. Okay, why is this red? That's fine. Well, Oakley, I'll see what it feels like once we've actually kind of gotten this working, because I definitely have not gotten this working yet. Okay, next up, we have the tooltip here. We need the tooltip on, oh, we need to make that unique as well. If it's not already, it is already. Auto repeat tooltip. Okay, auto repeat tooltip. Oh, God. So much stuff. All right, so the text of this by default, well, this gets updated somewhere. Set augment button state. There's going to need to be every time you change instances. And where does that happen? It's like on select or selected instance ID. Here it is. Selected instance. Set start button state. So we need some like set. It's the start button state. Yeah, let's just put it in there. Okay, so if you can't fight the boss, then we say the tooltip on this is going to be you cannot auto repeat elite battles. And if that's not the case, then we set it to enable auto repeat for this battle. Current state colon, and then whether or not it's on. Yeah, something like that. And then just tweak this a little bit so that it is this syntax. What did I mess up? did I mess up? Missing closing delimiter. All right, let's just delete all this and just write auto battle enabled. Yeah, that's not a problem. And this should be right. Maybe it does need parentheses. Oh, it does. Wow, it's an order of operations thing. How is that getting interpreted before then without this? Huh. Yeah, just I don't know what it was getting interpreted as. Maybe this entire thing is considered to be the condition. Okay, I'm going to try to run this again. This didn't work at all. Did I change something just now? I don't think so. It's here. It's called auto repeat tooltip. We don't have any errors. And it should be set by default. And even if it weren't set, it should have this is set through code showing up. And you can't click this anymore either. Like I thoroughly broke something. I don't know how I broke it. If it's not an icon button, and I don't see anything there. Huh. What did I do? I'm not pressed. I wonder if that's just not getting hit. Let's take a look. There. Because it looks like no events are working here. Did some mouse filter get set wrong? It certainly seems that way. Did I delete this or change this somehow? Maybe I accidentally had a change and then I saved and I didn't mean to. Mouse is set to stop. That's fine. Mouse here shouldn't matter. I did change it at one point through here, but I think we got rid of that. Yeah, and if I just look through all the changes anyway and search for mouse, there's no modified code there. And it's only once I put this, the auto repeat tooltip. What's weird about that is it's not creating any errors. I wonder if this is a problem. Let's take a look at that. All right, auto repeat tooltip should be set, and it should have .get children 0 .text. No does not contain definite for text. Excuse me? Argument out of range. Oh, it is a label? Oh, okay, then just, yeah, has the right text. What's its parent? It's a button. What's the parent's mouse filter? Node doesn't contain a mouse filter. Would I have to cast it to a control? Ignore. Okay, that's a problem. Why? Oh, button with custom children did this, and I did set it to ignore. Oh my God. I looked through the code and I didn't see that. Wait, why didn't I see that though? What did I do wrong there? I searched for mouse. Oh, you can't search all the files when you do that? If I'd searched here, it would, okay. That is not what I would have expected. Yeah, I thought I had already ruled this out. Okay, I had not. Yeah, so we just get rid of this. And then an event should not follow property, sure. Yeah. Didn't see it close because finds a quotation mark. Yeah, that is bad. I don't know. I wonder if there's a setting to control that. All right, now everything should just be fine. Everything should work here. Whether or not it looks good, I don't know. But yeah, it's working. It doesn't change the tooltip as you click this button, which we would need to do, which is very easy to do. Auto battle enabled. We just do set start button state. And now when you toggle it on and off, you should see that change. So now there are 3 ways that it differentiates between on and off, but one of them is color, and I don't think we want that. The other is the tooltip, and the other is the button background. So here's what it looks like. You click this, it says current state on, so it toggles between on and off. It also changes the background color of the button. You can see that when it's on, it looks like it's pressed. When it's off, it looks like it's not pressed. I don't know. I don't think that's what we want. I think we want to invert this. So just swap off and on. I feel like off shouldn't be green. It indicates that it's running. Yeah, I think I messed up the colors, but I think I also messed up that on and off string. Let's take a look. Can you read this? No. Okay, now you can read it right. Yeah. Enable auto repeat current state on. So now it's off, now it's on, now it's off, now it's on. Okay, I think that looks a little better. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. Now about the color of the icon, what are we doing with that? I think it's a not auto battle enabled. I'm calling set press no signal. Yeah. Yeah, and that way we don't do this. The press state is inverted so that it visually looks enabled or disabled. But yeah, colors, what are we doing for that? So this is with it enabled. And the icon, let's make it, why is this gray? Why is that gray? Because the container has a modulate? Why did I do that? Oh my God, that's why it was always dark. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. It was dark because it was always running through a gray filter. Oh, no wonder. This is not my best work. There's an interesting phenomenon I was thinking about when it comes to streaming. You could be like an industry expert and you could have whatever 30 years of experience, you could be the top of your field. There's going to be someone new to the channel who comes in and sees you working on a task that you're not good at. So maybe you're doing artwork or something, or maybe it's just whatever, there's a function and you're confused for a bit. I'm going to be like, hey, have you thought of X? And it's generally helpful. But I was thinking about this the other day from the point of view of like, I've had people come in and assume I'm a beginner programmer. And if you saw stuff like this, it makes sense that you'd think that. And it doesn't matter one way or the other, right? It's just an ego thing. Okay, so now we're getting bright colors. And now it looks really stupid. But yeah, I like this color for when it's disabled. I feel like that works. So maybe we just make it white when it's enabled and then everything's fine. Colors.green. Where is that? Okay, we apparently use green in a lot more places than I thought. I thought this was just going to be like find the 2 spots where it shows up. I don't even see it. All right, let's just search for icon button then. It's right there. So I think if we turn this white, I think it'll look good. What triggers the slime to be purchasable? An item disappearing. So when your first item disappears, that's when it happens. Is it because you have learns live? I don't know if it's that. I think, like I said, it's what you see. And what you would see is like, hey, this person's struggling. Oh, if they're struggling on something this basic and like I can tell how to do it as a viewer, then they must not know how to code. Something like that. And then I don't think it matters what other information there is. People won't seek it out or anything. And like I said, it really truly doesn't matter. It's like if someone comes in and it gets the wrong impression, then as long as they're not, being a jerk as a result of that, then there's no real issue. Okay, it looks a little too bright. So I don't know about exact coloring, but yeah, this is the general thing that I want. So I think that's probably pretty good. I just don't like the bright white. Right, so that's all we need to do. If you're struggling or thinking, someone will suggest help. Do you have this when you're playing Minecraft to lose? Sounds like passenger effect. Passenger effect. I don't think I've heard about this. Yeah, often. Oh, man. Okay. So then it's definitely registered on your radar. Yeah, like I said, it only really matters if someone ends up being a jerk as a result of it. I think otherwise you can just be like, oh yeah, I've played the game a lot, I know. And then I guess you kind of sound like a jerk if you do that. I don't know. I think we make this like slightly blue, it'll look better. Like that maybe, so that at least looks like it blends in with a sort of bluish hue of the stone. But now that I even see that, I don't think it looks great. I don't know. I just don't think it should be like fully white. Even that is probably better. Like -7 on the white scale. Hey Frank. A lot of times I call. Oh, by the way, I have to be extended. Did not actually say hi. Call coworkers over to look at why something's not working, only for it to be a misspelling or just looking at the wrong tab. Yeah, yeah. There are, hundreds of reasons why something can go wrong, and you don't always think of all the basic ones. All right, I am not gonna be great at coming up with what this should be, and I kind of want to try just some other colors here just to see. Yeah, I think just a slightly bluish hue is all this needs. Even something like that. Let's just copy this hex code and then just use that. Colors dot from, what is it, HTML or something? How do you, what is it? Color dot from HTML? From HTML, yeah. Okay. So now this is mostly white. Plus 200% chance to find the solution. Really, this is how it works practically everywhere. Like having someone check your work is valuable. And they might come up with something that you didn't come up with. Anyway, learn something in either way. It's a bonding experience. This looks terrible. I am not doing a good job at this. How do we make this not suck? I'm going to do that. It is now very subtle, but it is not bright white. I remember doing a little bit of research on UI, and they said that even if you're making just like a plain website, you pretty much shouldn't ever have totally black text. Like it's varying degrees of gray most of the time. And I think it's the same thing with white here. Wow, that's all it takes for it to look stupid, huh? It's still, I cannot figure out what color this should be. And I'm kind of done trying. I think we're just going to leave it white for now, and I'll just save it for some other time. I wonder if part of it has to do with the fidelity of how it's being rendered here. Because it looks pretty good here. Oh, wait. Is this because, oh my God, it's because I'm changing the container again. That's why. Oh, I keep doing this. It's looking stupid because I'm applying the filter twice. Forgot close code and chat went off on them. I'm not sure what that means. Any brightish color will look odd. Oh my God, yeah, this is what I was doing wrong. All right, I'm moving on. I'm moving on past this. This is not worth my time. Let's just look at what it is, and if it's not offensive, we're gonna use it. Great, cool. That's it. That's what we're going with. Oh wait, I was never even using the color. I'm doing so many stupid things. This is why I'm taking a half day, by the way. I was like, man, I'm not getting to certain tasks. I'm doing certain things like in a worse way. And maybe I'd still have the same problems off stream. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is pressed on, press auto repeat button. Let's put this down here, private void that. Now pull the code from there down to this. There. Then we can do this as soon as you load this thing in. In fact, shouldn't there be a set start button state somewhere? Maybe there is. So this is going to toggle its state, which is not smart. Yeah, all we need to do is this. And maybe this. Yes. So this gets called instead of whatever we have here. This might require us getting access to the town or something. Party chooser. Oh, wait, we do call this already. So it just wasn't setting the background correctly, I think. No, something else is wrong. This needs to be called originally with whatever the current press state of the button is. Button dot is pressed. Why is that? Man, what's this called? I don't remember what it's called. There's like a it's something toggled, maybe toggled. Except for that's an event. There's something that tells you whether it's toggled. Toggle mode. Yeah, this. This is why I can never figure out what this is to begin with. Because you press the button and it's got pressed events, but then you get it via toggle mode. No, this seems wrong too. Auto repeat button. What do I do in the other case where I do this? Pressed equals auto repeat, set pressed. Toggled plus equal auto repeat toggle. Toggled on. We don't ever get its state from here. I think the true underlying cause of this is overwork. I've probably worked the last like 2.5 weeks without taking a day off, and I shouldn't have done that. And I'm gonna not do that in the future. The arrow icon has a larger colored area than the letters in the font, so it should be slightly lighter than black to give similarly dark impression if you want to turn it dark. Slightly lighter than black. I don't want to make it dark when it's enabled. Oh, it's in base button, that's why you don't see it. Okay. Cause this. But wait, no, this does have this is coming from base button. No definition found for base button. Out of curiosity, do you have to work significantly over 40 hours when you were at Google? No. No. And I would have pushed back if that happened a lot. Weirdly enough, it can't find this class. And I don't know why that's the case. But the is press thing in icon button should work. Do we use is press somewhere? I can't figure out why. What kind of button does it think this is? Yeah, it thinks it's a Godot button. Oh, now it's working. Public bool button pressed. Okay, that's apparently what I want. That seems wrong. That is actually what it is. It's button pressed. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Wild. Wild. All right, now how does this look? American? Now it's actually using the right themes. What am I coding? I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. You can find out more through any of those links, depending on what you prefer to find out. So if you just want a brief overview of the game, I think going to Steam and checking out the trailer is the best way. If you want to read about it, there's a document. And if you want to just play it, it's on itch. And it's currently free. It's in demo form right now. All right. So I changed the color and everything. Yeah, nice. All right, so now this needs to get used when you actually start a battle. Reminds me of Stardew Valley style. Yeah, we've gotten that comment on the artwork a bunch. It was an asset pack that we used as the base, although we've extended it since then. But yeah, I like the look of the game. And it's supposed to be a very casual game, so I think that feel fits the artwork. All right, so whether or not this is enabled now would be used in the battle panel starting a battle. So when you click start battle, we go into here. This does not know whether you've enabled start auto battle. And it needs to know at the time you started the battle, because this is going to get put into the battle window itself. So yeah, we need that to be there. So this probably needs to just take in a bool. And let's pass it in before I forget. Auto battle enabled. The icon button should keep track of this and expose it for us, and it doesn't yet. So I'm going to write that here too. To do, this should probably just be tracked by the button itself. These to-do items are going to get fixed before I commit, by the way. They're not the kind of thing that I'm going to check in. I just want to get the feature working first. Okay, so then we call chose instance party with this. Whatever listens to this now needs to change, because this needs a boolean. Bool use auto battle, or auto battle enabled, I guess. What program language am I using? I'm using C#. Hey, Drackley. Does the order of the buttons in the battle panel feel good to people? Oh, yeah. That's a... Yeah, assuming that this is roughly the look we're looking for. Or sorry, roughly the functionality. Do you want these in... How do I move this? Do you want these in a different order? Do you want this laid out differently? Does anyone have any ideas? That sort of thing. Okay, so now we need to pass this in to here. And where is this ever called from right now? 4 different places. Why? Enabled auto repeat. This wouldn't need to know it, right? Because the instance knows that you got auto repeat on. It's got to know it, right? Hey, this is unused. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll write that down, but that's pretty minor. Instance doesn't need player abilities anymore. I have a slight preference of order. Far right would seem more natural to me, but it shouldn't be to the right of close. Far right. You're saying if we had these 4 buttons and right now they're 1, 2, 3, 4, you want them to be 1, 3, 2, 4. So that auto battle gets moved to the right side. These two swap. Because I wonder if just start, upgrade, auto battle, close. Yeah. Strange. That is strange to me because I see these things as being related. And I wonder if Kevin wants this to be over on the left. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, where is auto repeat? It's actually in the battle itself. So I guess it's an instance slot. Auto repeat. Yeah, there it is. All right. For upgrade, then auto battle, then start, then close. I'll write it down. Okay. On the left next to start and upgrade on the right of the start. Yeah, I'm gonna I'm going to mess around with this at the end, but then also I'll eventually watch someone who's never played the game before. And if they seem to get it, then I feel like I'd just be like, okay, it works. I mean, that's another thing too. How often are people leaving in a toggle list in the game? I imagine most people are going to want this on by default, and maybe occasionally they turn it off, but you can always turn this off from the battle as well. So it's possible that this is not even super important. Also, you can tab to this, right? And yeah, thankfully you can press space. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness for that. I was like, I don't have to deal with any accessibility concerns on this button because it should just be a button. We'll close as an X to the top right, upgrade portal to the far left. Yeah, the other thing, you can close this by clicking outside of it. You can close it by pressing escape. You can close it by pressing M again. So there are, I think, 4 different ways to close it, right? 1, 2, 3. No, there are 3. I guess if you click start battle, it closes it, but that doesn't count. Thank you, Sammy. I did not do a lot of this stuff, but even just hearing this sounds good is still nice to hear. Okay, so should all of these have the same thing? This is that auto repeat was enabled. Now we're going to call walk to portal to start battle. And I guess we're going to know that it's going to be true. So this needs to take in a bool auto repeat enabled. Auto repeat enabled. I know there's no overload for that. Any others that we have here? That's fine. That's fine. What is this? On request repeat battle. What calls that? Oops, I did not mean to press that. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay, so what calls this? Is it pressing the repeat button? Because if so, then I understand what's going on here. Nope, it's on auto repeat as well. Ah, both of them do it. So we just need to differentiate these. An auto repeat timer timeout. Okay, so this is going to invoke it with true. This is going to invoke it with false. And this is going to invoke it with true. Then we change this definition to have a Boolean in it. And then when the town listens for it, it's going to take in that Boolean auto repeat enabled and pass that into here. Okay. Repeat is usually displayed clockwise because counterclockwise is undo. Oh, I never thought about that. I wonder if they have the other icon. I know we can just invert it, but they have a repeat. It had cycle. Yeah, I don't think they would have made 2 icons given that you can just invert it. And I think even the site lets you invert it. Badge? No, it's not badge. A foreground? Yeah. Interesting. We should probably do that. And I think it's pretty simple to do it everywhere. Here it'd be very simple because they have a flip H here. So that's easy enough to do. But I don't know if we can do that everywhere easily. But I'll write that down for now. Consider H flipping the button or the icon everywhere. I'm glad it's a button that's always shown. If you put it as a setting behind a menu, people might never find it. Yeah, unless, yeah, they might never find it. All right, have we done all of these? No, not this one. What is this? Debug create instance. I don't care about this. Set it to false. It doesn't really matter. This is just for developers. And if a dev is bothered by this, they'll definitely know how to fix it. Okay, so now this needs to be modified to take in a Boolean. Bool is auto battle enabled. Okay, now here's where things get a little bit interesting. So if we have an instance slot, and by here we definitely will, we're going to set that auto repeat is enabled based on that. But doing this is going to do a lot of weird things. If auto repeat is enabled and it wasn't enabled, or no, if it is enabled and it's no longer enabled. Yeah. And this is really just if it's on. If it's not on, I don't think we want to do anything here. Let's just see if it works. Yeah, let's try this out. We also need to hide the button if you haven't unlocked this feature. Change tooltip of the auto battle perk, since you can now enable it in multiple ways, and hide the new button on the battle map if you haven't unlocked auto battle. Show it as soon as you have unlocked it. Now you can't have both of those menus open at the same time. And we already have a signal. It should be pretty easy. My job here is done. Thank you, Velazis. And good luck on your project. All right, so it's off right now. If we were to start a battle, it should still be off. Yeah, so this is the flee button. But if we do that same thing and turn it on and start a battle, it breaks because I did something wrong. Did I just delete something? Yeah. Object reference not such an instant object. Create, start battle. Where is that coming from? Instances manager. 159. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, so we just need to check to see if there is an end battle screen here. End battle screen. End battle screen equals this. And if this is enabled and that is not null, then do this thing. And I guess all of these things. All right, sure. This looks a lot better too. Let's try that again. Start battle. Ah, see? And now it says turn off auto battling. So I think this feature worked. So if we just skip through this and speed it up, it should just keep fighting now. Yeah, meanwhile, if I go start another fight, and I need another adventurer for this, and we put the paladin into a battle, it will be off, so that when they're done, oh, the paladin sucks. It's off. All right, not bad. All right, cool. Well, that was one part of this feature. Now we need to handle elite fights. So how do we say this is going to work? Disable the checkbox and have a tooltip for why it's disabled, but don't actually change the underlying setting. Then when you start, we can't have it auto repeat. I wonder, let's just see what happens right now without me having coded anything special for this. Because I don't know what's going to happen. We enable this and we go fight over here. And it thinks auto battle is on, but what happens if we win the fight? Okay, yeah, so it's broken. That's fine. I just wanted to see that it was broken. All right, so what should control this? So many tabs. Let's see. Battle panel just says start a battle with auto battle enabled right here. So it shows instance party. So when we create the instance, I guess we could check. But something knows about this right now. I don't want you auto battling elites even if you haven't beaten them for the first time. I think the battle panel knows. Elite. Yeah, here it is. Can fight boss. What design patterns do you use for this game? You know, every once in a while people ask this, and there are design patterns that get used for single files sometimes, design patterns that get used for the overarching game, design patterns that get used for some part of the UI, let's say. So there are a lot of different design patterns used. I guess I'll just sort of broadly answer this question. The game itself, we use an entity component system for a lot of like the NPCs, workers, customers, etc. We use it for some things like projectiles. For a lot of the just events in this game is just a listener pattern. It's hard coded into C# as delegates, but it's also part of Godot in terms of what they call signals. There are, yeah, there's just lots of other little things that are happening here and there. That, yeah, there are. I know there's like a small set of sort of officially recognized types of design patterns, whether sort of structural ones or the, I don't know. I don't even remember the categories of them anymore. But yeah, if there's something you're looking for specifically, Stybo, I'm happy to answer it. What was I going to do? I was going to figure out who should own this. Who should own stopping the elite auto battle? It could be battle panel that just doesn't pass the value. Yeah, battle panel already needs to know that this thing is disabled. Yeah, in fact, we could do that. So we could check here. This needs to be enabled and the button needs to be enabled. And I don't think we have an easy way of doing that second part. Auto repeat button dot enabled or disabled. It exists. Oh wow, it exists and is correct. I didn't expect that. Public should come before protected. Okay, sure, fine. So what was your workflow when you started at the beginning? Pretty much the same, I guess. If you just take a look at the VODs, you can go take a look at it if you want. I see you have your own ECS, but you're using actual systems according to that paradigm. Yeah, I try to. So yeah, generally entity is just a bundle of components, and components are just data, and then the systems are the logic acting on entities and data. So we do try to stick to this. This isn't always the case because the other thing I try to follow is just the ain't gonna need it principle, which is like, let's say we have some new entity and we have some specific logic we want for it. We'll probably just hard code it into the entity. And then if it turns out we need to share it, then we know that we're going to need it at that point. So now we make a proper component out of it. So there aren't a lot of systems in the game that act on components and entities specifically, but there are some for those. Systems are one of the most unique parts of ECS. Yeah, I think it's just the sort of how this stuff is structured, because you technically don't need an ECS to achieve what you'd get with an ECS. It really is just composition, and it's another way of doing it. Yeah. Okay, so we have the disabled state, but we don't actually disable the button. We need to disable the button. And here's where we would do it. So this is disabled. I guess it's just disabled in this case. Disabled equals true. Can we do that? Why is that? Oh, it's a tooltip, not the button. And then here we would enable it. So I guess this really just is this. It's disabled if you can't fight the boss. And then we need a special tooltip for that. Yeah, we already have it. And then it should hopefully just work. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. So we enabled this and we go fight in the elite area. And it's not working correctly. Did it get disabled when I went there? It's still enabled, although there might be a visual glitch here too. No, I don't think there's a visual glitch. I don't know what's going on. Is this getting called? It should be. And now what is... Oh, I see. It's not can fight boss. You can fight the boss. That part's fine. It's that you can't repeat the battle against the boss. It's this that I care about. So the button is going to be disabled if the instance is elite and you can't repeat battles. Otherwise, in either of the other cases, yeah, it should be enabled. Okay. All right, that's not too bad. Oh, we can get rid of the breakpoint here too. And let's test this out. Hey, Kerpolini, welcome back. All right, so it's enabled. Well, now it's disabled. It's not super obviously different between being disabled and enabled. So here it's disabled and not pressed. Here it's enabled and not pressed. Here it's enabled and pressed. And here it's disabled and pressed. So it does kind of look like it's going to be on, but it's actually not going to be. And yeah, now there's just the flee button. So if we lose this battle, it's not going to try fighting again. And you can't turn it on from here. You can't turn it on from here. But if you go and buy... I don't have enough money to do this, so I can't actually do this. This costs too much money. We got to make it cost less. Harder elites, where is it? Yeah, here. Make this cost 1. So if you buy this, then you should be able to repeat battles. It might not enable the button automatically, but then again, it might. I don't know. I doubt it, though. I have no reason to listen to that signal from there. All right, so we click this. It's now disabled. We can't click the button. We go buy the perk. Now we... Wow, how did that work? How did that work? Maybe just showing the battle panel does something? Visibility. Just showed this dialogue. I don't know. But it must have called start button. Set start button state. Let's put a breakpoint here and just hide the panel and show it. It does get hit. Where does it get hit from? Battle party change? Okay, and that's coming from the visibility changed. Clear battle party. Oh, so if I'd edited a party, it might not have done this? That is a good question, and I do not know the answer. I need to start a battle and lose that battle. And then... Oh, auto battle's on. Hang on a second. Okay, now we click edit, and it still gets hit. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. You do listen to it for the start battle button? So not exactly. What's happening is anytime you open up this dialogue, it's going to set the battle party. And by setting the battle party, then we update the text, the error text. And that's what's going to coincidentally call this function. But it's not an intentional thing. So it does happen to be working. I will say this, the only downside if this weren't coincidentally working is that you would have to click away from this and then click back and it would fix itself. So it wouldn't be a big deal even if it didn't work. And also, sort of coincidentally, the odds of a player having to even do that would be pretty slim. Should we make it listen? Yeah, we probably should. It's the technically correct way of doing things. And this only happens once, so I guess it's not really a big deal. Auto battle, it should be like unlocked or something. Yeah, there it is. On unlock auto battle. Okay, so we should listen to the town for a bunch of things already. There they are. Oh, hey. Oh, it's already being done. Oh, yeah, never mind. Okay. Well, then there we have it. Good for us. All right, so this is now done. Color based on whether it's on or off. We're doing that. Separate auto battle from fleet. This is now different. This is the like in battle changes. And then the pre-battle change is this. And then we still have this that we need to do. Hide the new button on the battle map if you haven't unlocked it. All right. How are we going to do that? Ready. Auto repeat button. Oh, we can't do it here. You do it in init. And even even that should be done from set start button state. Like this thing is going to be visible based on whether you can repeat battles. Visible equals, how do we know that you can repeat battles? Is it just some town property? Can repeat elite battles. How do we know you can do this? The end battle screen has to know. Unlocked auto battle show. Auto repeat button not show. We must have another call to this somewhere. There. Is auto battle possible? How did I not see that? Done. I guess we'll just put this down there. Okay, that works. But we need one more thing here. Unlocked auto battle. There, that's it. Cannot assign because it is a method group. Oh, whoops. Didn't I type unlocked? On unlocked. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I'm testing this. I forced it to be unlocked. So what I'm going to do isn't going to work. Or, well, it might work, but I can't actually verify that. We need to turn this off. Skip tutorial. There. Oh, this UI is new. It looks like there are 2 ad breaks in progress. What? I don't know what's going on there. People are seeing double the ads. By the way, it was misreporting my revenue, I think. I was looking at my ad revenue and it looked like it was 3 times higher than it should have been, I think. If I just go to ads. So these bars say I'm getting like $3, $2, $2. And it was reporting like 10 or 15. And then all of these got smaller. I was like, oh man, it'd be nice to just get free money from the ads that already have to show. But it turns out that's not the case. Too bad. All right, so we don't have an extra button here. If you click start battle, it shouldn't do anything special. And if we save and load, we shouldn't see that. Good. Now I unlock the town hall and I get that feature. Now we see the button appear. And now if I save and load, it does show up. If I enable it and then save and load, it's not going to remember that it was enabled. Yeah, so we got to save that too. Save whether or not you have auto battle enabled on the battle panel. So this is done. Saving it. What do we save right now? There should be some save data, right? Start instant save data. Easy peasy. All right, so public bool enabled auto battle. Is the selected instance currently saved? Yeah, it is. All right, this is equal to... Didn't I just add a Boolean in here? Yeah. Okay, then when we load, we need to restore this state. Auto battle enabled equals that. And then auto battle button dot set pressed no signal to that. That could actually just be set to this now. Name does not exist. What? Is it auto repeat? Oh, sure. Yeah, that's that. So now it should save that state automatically. Now what happens if we load from our old save file? I hope this doesn't break. Because it will hopefully see that it can load in this Boolean as just false. But it might say that it didn't exist because I didn't make it optional. Load game. Huh. Looks like it worked. Yeah, it looks like it worked. So it's disabled, but if I save and load, now it should exist in the save file. Then I click this and save and load, and now it's enabled. Perfect. And let's make sure it's actually doing that. Yep, it is. Wow, great. Great, 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 great. Cool. All right, we should probably check that in. I'm going to take a break before doing that. I do feel like I'm kind of slogging through this stuff. And I think part of the reason why is these aren't like super exciting changes or anything. It's not like it's a new feature. It's just a usability change. And that's kind of been the category of changes for the last, I don't even know how many weeks now. And I think really when people say you do the first 90% and then the next 90%, this is what they're talking about. This is the stuff you do to get a game ready for launch. And it's not super fun or exciting. Most players might not even notice that you've got this, but they all add up to something a little bit bigger. How many games have you made so far? I made a bunch of games. I haven't released a bunch of games. There are some that I have links to that I could share, like those. There are some that are just that, yeah, they're varying states of like in development, and then they just got canned. Yeah, that's what the Pareto principle. Principle. Yeah. I I feel that, but I think this saying is more about how like you underestimate the amount of work there is. I know it can kind of be seen as an 80-20 sort of thing, but I feel like that's the bigger reason behind this adage. Remember you were writing Botland on stream? Yeah, it's a fun 5 years. The big problem with Botland is that I don't think it really ever had legs. And I think this game has legs. And you should really only be investing time in games that you think will be fun or work out. Anyway, I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey Cypher, I know you asked about joining. You can even join on the end screen if you want. Like I can type join and like L to jump or L, 45 or something like that. So if you want to just mess around, I'll turn off my cameras for a second and you can try jumping. This is a nice little playground to try things out. Usually when I come back from a break, I just close the screen pretty quickly. So there's not a lot of time for you to try this. But it lets you get used to jumping around. Yeah. Okay, but that'll be all for now. And we got to get back to coding, so close the game. So clean up what I did so far and commit. Yep, let's take a look. Work, work, work. You couldn't get me to say the opposite of that because that would trigger a game. All right, the problem that I had with what I coded, there are two bits of it. One is that icon button is not really an icon button. It is a toggle button. Right? I don't actually think that's true. I think it's just a property of the button, and that's all. Like if we just didn't set this to be a toggle button, where even is this? Here? Toggle mode on. Yeah, if I just didn't do that, what would happen? Hey, wildlife code. Yeah, it's not there. We gotta unlock it. Okay, I think it's not modifying the background now, but it's a little bit hard to tell. No, it looks like it is. No, is it? I have no idea. Let's take a screenshot. So this is off. Yeah, this is off. And then this is on. And we got to look at them side by side now. But mostly we just need to compare their background colors. So are these the same background color? I think there's a shadow on this window. Ugh. How do we color pick? I think we just hover over it. Okay, so roughly here it is 99 CB7. 99 CB7. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. So yes, you do just change it on the button. They're the same background color. So we should probably write that down too in button with custom children. You want to add a tooltip on parent to this, you'll need to add it to the button itself. That likely means needing to make the children editable in your scene. If you want the button to be a toggle button, you can just set it. Just modify the button in the scene. Why is the word the showing up? I didn't actually type it. Okay, good. Yeah. It's really hard with comments and AI completion because the AI completion color is this like gray that I use for the comments as well. So it's always unclear what's written and what's not written, especially when I accept it filling in one word but not the next one, let's say. Okay, so then I don't think this to-do item actually matters anymore. This happens to be a toggle button, but it doesn't really matter whether it is or not. Oh, wait, yes, it does. Because the scene has it set. Okay. Yeah, all right. Then let's go fix that. If this might break things. In fact, it very likely will break things. Same thing happened with me. All right, so it's icon toggle button. And now we have to save that as icon toggle button and then update any references to this, which like I said is going to be super annoying because I don't want to break this. So let's close everything. And let's go perform surgery. So now icon button shouldn't exist. We got to delete that eventually. But we got to go into battle panel and pull it, not that one, the scene file, and pull in the right scene. I typed the wrong thing. I'm doing a great job over here. Icon button. Okay, this needs to be icon toggle button, but then its UI or UID needs to be different as well. So icon button.tscn had VUAM, and icon toggle button has this dwiff. So we put the dwiff here, and then we should be good to go. Let's load that back up. Hopefully it didn't break anything. Please don't break. Yeah, and I needed this to be editable just for the sake of putting a tooltip on there. Okay, I think we're good. So now icon button itself should not exist. Let's delete it through here. Icon button, delete. What? Dependencies to be deleted. That's not good. That's not good at all. What happened? I'm going to reload the project. I don't think that should have happened. Wouldn't have worked if you renamed the scene. Yeah, I think it would have. I don't know why I didn't think of that. All right, can we delete this now? Yes, good. Then we'll rename this through here. And that's insufficient. We now need to go into icon toggle button and rename this too. And now it should work. Let's try it. Hey, hello. What do you think about C# and .NET? I saw you have a good background in different languages. Would you start another project, not gaming, using the Microsoft stack? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't dislike C#. Here's what I think are the downsides so far is no hot reloading that actually works from VS Code or reliably works. There is something that kind of works sometimes, but then not really. And if you can't rely on it, it's as good as it not existing. And then there are long rebuild times now. And I think the only real solution is like split into separate projects so that you're not building as much. But it'd be nice if that just didn't, that wasn't required. Hello, C#? Yeah, C#. And what's the other downside? Oh, any other like .NET oddities, I'd say. So for example, Godot can't export to the web right now. And the GDScript version can. So what other things will you run into by trying to use .NET? Like, will there be some compatibility issue on Mac or on Linux? Or yeah. We have .NET Watch and some Visual Studio stuff. Yeah. Anyway, these two things combine to form an annoying problem. But if either one were fixed, it wouldn't be such a big deal. I wouldn't mind rebuild times that are like 10 seconds if I didn't need to rebuild all the time. And I wouldn't mind having no hot reloading if builds took like 1 second. It doesn't need to be instantaneous. It's taking like 10 plus seconds right now, and I have to rebuild every single time. Other than that, the language itself, I think is good. I like it. Okay, so what we have some issue here now. Icon button is icon toggle button. We presumably also did this somewhere else. This got rid of the import that I just should not have deleted. Not thinking a step ahead. All right, now I think we're good. Let's close out of the rest of these and try building. I don't think I'll ever use, excuse me, a language that does not require static typing again, unless I had to for some reason. Like, let's say you're making a World of Warcraft add-on. I think the language they use is Lua. So unless you use something that compiles to Lua, it's like, well, you don't have a choice. They expose Lua, so it's got to be Lua in the end. But yeah, outside of those edge cases, I want there to be static typing, and I want it to be required everywhere. GDScript has it has dynamic typing. You can change it on the fly, but also even when you do statically type something. Wait, what was I going to say? Something. No, you don't have to statically type things. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I want it required. Because I feel like any code you use should... Oh, Merkin, I have the answer to that right there. Any code you use... So, like, code you write is not necessarily 100% of whatever product you're writing. There's also libraries you use. And if these don't have types in them, it just makes it that much harder to interface with them. Or to go in and fix them if they're open source. So yeah, I don't want to deal with that stuff anymore. The other thing, TypeScript is, I think, a decent language if you're going to be writing in JavaScript otherwise. But I'm not sure I like it on its own. I think it does some things well. And there are a lot of, I think, gotchas that it sort of had to inherit by transpiling to JavaScript. There was one other to-do item that I had, and it was in battle panel, which was stop using a Boolean here for auto battle enabled. And instead, everywhere that we use this, we should just check to see if the button itself was pressed, which I don't think we exposed through here. So I think we need there to be a property. Oh wait, maybe it's exposed through this. There's a disabled thing. There is no pressed. But it's in base button, so we could just enable it, or could expose it, I mean. Public bool, what's it called? Button pressed? Isn't this gonna fail? Button pressed. Couldn't we do this? Yeah. Okay, yeah. The event can only appear. Oh, this is supposed to be button pressed. Okay, I think that'll work. And then I think we can delete all this stuff. So this is going to be auto repeat button dot button pressed. And we just replace it everywhere. Did I type that wrong? Yeah. This is set press no signal, so we don't need this anymore. This is save data dot enabled. This is, oh no. Oh man. Okay. This is maybe where we're gonna have a problem. We're having the state reflect its pressed state. I think we're gonna have an issue here. I think we need this to look the opposite of what it's actually pressed, and then we put this comment over there. This might break everything, and maybe I should have committed before doing this. And then we delete this. Oh man, yeah, this is not gonna be good. All right, anyway, auto repeat button dot button pressed. Any others that we have? Yeah, this one down here. On press auto repeat button. Just changes the start button state. What does it even do? Maybe this isn't needed anymore. Oh no, it does change the tooltip. So I guess we just delete this. And then try running. Any other conditions averted here? It is possible. I'm hopefully about to find it. If I was to buy a pre-built split keyboard, I can't solder, only weld, and I don't have the tools, what would be a nice entry point? It depends on what you're looking for exactly. Are you looking for a split keyboard like mine that specifically has fewer keys? Or are you looking like something like a regular keyboard that just happens to have a split? So like this as an example, you could put these two halves together, and if someone just looked at your desk, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's just a regular keyboard. It doesn't have function keys, but yeah, this looks like your standard style keyboard. So if you want something like this versus something like the Corn, there is a site that has like every single split keyboard that's ever been made, and it's called like Golem dot this one. Yeah. Not all of these are just available for purchase, but if you're looking at what kind of ideas exist out there, this has all of them, or like pretty much all of them. And there are a lot of cool looking ones, there are a lot of weird looking ones, there are ones that you'd probably never use. And even if you wanted to use some of these, you'd probably find it hard to go build them yourself or to find someone who's built them. I'm trying to find some like super weird looking one. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, like this keyboard looks super cool to me. I think this is meant, yeah, it's meant for stenography. Imagine someone sits next to you at a library or on an airplane or something and pulls this out and just mashing out words. Like, what are you doing? Something like a Voyager, but it's over $400 in Norway. Yeah, then I would say you should probably look into what are the sites that do this sort of thing. If you look at like pre-built Corn keyboard, any site that sells a Corn is probably also going to sell some other ones. Okay, Beekeep. I don't know what shipping in Norway is going to be like. US $230. That's not cheap, but it's cheaper than the Voyager. Voyager would be 365, so that's like 50% more expensive. Oh, and this is wireless as well, which is, I don't know if that's a good idea. But anyway, this site probably has other, yeah, pre-soldered keyboards. Yeah, they have a few choices. And of these, you'd be able to find ones that have more keys, fewer keys. So you should be able to find something that fits. But this is just some random site. So like I said, if you just search for pre-built Corn, you'll find sites that have more than just the Corn. And actually, some of these are pretty reasonable. $130 for a keyboard isn't too bad. And this is essentially the same keyboard I have, just a little bit different. Yeah. And then I buy a 12 pack of keyboards. Go through one keyboard a month. Just don't ever clean them. Just take out a new keyboard. All right, this should hopefully be working. It is currently on. It doesn't look like it's on. No, this definitely looks broken. It says it's on, now it's off. Yeah. So this is with it on. That's not going to actually do anything because that's what I have to do. Yeah. Okay, so I did break this. I like my retro SNES keyboard with heavy switches. I want something new. Yeah, I like this style of keyboard. This does, if you're going to get something of this sort of size or look, you're going to need to get used to typing on this. So just keep in mind that there will be a learning curve. And if you're okay with that, then I think it'll be fine. There won't be too many surprises. If you're not okay with that, it might just collect dust. But I did a video on this, and I suggest watching that video. I enjoy learning. Well, that's good. But you might enjoy learning and not expect it out of your keyboard. So for example, I enjoy learning, but I don't want to learn how to like play factory games, for example. That is the kind of learning that is not what I'm expecting at the time I sit down for entertainment. Okay, so what did I invert here? Auto battle button. It might have been over here. I mean, I could just invert this. I don't think that's going to look right. Yeah. I don't know. I should probably also enable auto battle by default. So I don't need to keep doing this. So it's off and now it's on. It's It's still the wrong way. What am I doing? How did I mess this up? What's calling into this? Whether it's enabled. Huh. Well, I messed something up here. Yeah, the USB Boolean. There's no fixing this. The button is working correctly. Set start button state shouldn't be needed because now it should manage its own visual state. So it's just a matter of when you press this thing to have it update a tooltip. So then it's all within this button that everything's going wrong. The button controls the state. Why didn't this work? I don't know. Where does this get called from? No, this is a function that, this doesn't change the underlying button state. Or, sorry, it's not called as a result of it having changed. Okay, I think that's the problem I'm running into then. Because we know when you press the button, but this thing doesn't get told about it immediately. So this does need it to reflect whatever the current state is. Oh man, okay, that's not smart. We should encapsulate that here. So we could just do that and call set pressed no signal. No overload matches it. So stupid. And this would just be like button pressed, which is this. Okay, that might work. Sorry to bother. How many programmable keys do you have in this keyboard? The whole keyboard is programmable. So the link that Hello just shared is my key map. And you can see in here that, hang on a sec. You can see in here, this is, where is it? This is my like basic layout. So imagine that you saw Q, W, E, R, T, you'd be a QWERTY keyboard, but you can just change it however you want. So I don't have QWERTY as my layout. And even if I did have QWERTY as my layout, I have other like weird things like this, LT media O. When I press this key on my keyboard, it's an O. And when I hold it, I enter a different layer. You can actually see these lights change. And now I can move the mouse from my keyboard. I can change the volume. I can do a bunch of stuff from here. So yeah, it's a very different kind of keyboard than what you might be used to. I said I was going to do this and then didn't. And now I have. And I think this will work now. And I think it's a little weird. Yeah, I hope you like the video too. I think it'll be illuminating. All right, so now it's off. Now it's not working. Where is this called from? Why is this ever used anywhere? The battle panel uses it. Oh, only in one spot though. And it's only set what this thing should be. Okay, I think that would be fine. So then why is this not working? Maybe you can't do this? Oh, yeah, maybe you can't. Maybe this needs to be button dot button. No, that wouldn't make any sense. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't think line 13 is right. Should it be button dot set pressed? I don't think so. Set pressed would trigger the signal, which is what pressed already did. So it would cause an infinite loop. But this that I changed it to also doesn't make sense. Man. I spent most of yesterday's stream looking at your keyboard. Well, now I turned on the lights, at least for the left half where they're working. So now we have this cool trail effect here when you press keys. It's toggling it right. I'm not sure. Now it's toggling it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta take a look at this. So we click this, is pressed is false. So we're setting the pressed event to true. Oh, I see. And then we're always going to call it with the, we're always going to end up calling it with false. So we want this to be changed? Man, I don't understand. So this is you clicking the button. And if it was already on, we're going to set this to on, which will set this to off. So the next time you press it, it'll be off, which will pass in off and then set it back to on. But it's not actually toggling. It should be toggling. I don't get why it isn't. And this didn't matter. There's something else I'm missing here. Maybe this is getting called first and this is getting called second. That could make sense. We could put a breakpoint here too. Here and here. Yeah. I'm it's still gonna be the problem. I'm just trying to understand more about why this is the problem. Button press is false. So we call into this now. And this is false. And we set this thing to true. So now it should look like it is on and it doesn't. Did I change a toggle state or something? Toggle mode is on. Okay, that's at least good. So I click this again, and this is false. And then we call this with true. And after this, now button pressed is true. So it'll look like it's pressed. But then this thinks that it's false. It always thinks it's false. Yeah, why? Okay, that's the part I don't get. It's like this thing isn't working, or that something is reverting it afterward. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Well, we listen to the auto repeat buttons pressed event here, but all we do here is just set a state based on it. This shouldn't actually change anything else in here, does it? Doesn't. It just possibly disables the whole button. Oh man, I can't figure out what's setting this to false. Maybe the save thingy broke it. I don't have the save being loaded from this, so it shouldn't be that. The thing I can't figure out is right here, the button state is true. Something sets it to false. Oh, it's because it's a toggle button itself. So every time you press it, it's changing its own signal. Oh my God. Okay. Then this is not needed. We just need to change the modulate in that case. So this shouldn't be here. But then this is just, it should just modify its modulate itself right here. Yeah, okay, good. So private void, update, modulate. It took me a long time to come to that conclusion, which it should not have. So this gets called from here, and this gets called from here. And we can remove the lambda now. So just delete all that. All right. Add in self-assigned a bunch of issues on juice stuff. Yeah, as long as they're things you're working on in like the next week, let's say, it's probably fine. Otherwise, they just stay assigned, and then I'm like, now I have to ask you if you're going to be doing them. Also, the issues that I told you about over Discord, I think are definitely the most important. So if those are assigned, I'd say to prioritize those. I can't get it without marking the conversation as read. Excuse me. But I think there are only like 2 of those left anyway. So I would say to tackle those ones first. Because here's what I could see happening. Like the juice stuff, we probably wouldn't have time to talk about before I take my vacation. And then when I come back from vacation, I'm going to be in scramble mode. And if there are like 4 PRs about juice and I'm like, oh, this isn't really what I had in mind, then I'm just going to have to like reject them. So yeah, I would say it's definitely not a good idea to do until probably like at least a couple weeks from now. Did I use some training courses? No, I just started typing with it. All right, look at that. Now this is just inverted. Maybe we just invert this part. So when it's pressed, it turns. No, that doesn't make any sense, right? I don't know. I'm going to figure this out. I think the problem is what's on my mind right now is food. And I'm not paying a lot of attention to what I'm doing. So it's off. We turn it on. Still doing the wrong thing, right? Yeah, the background doesn't match. Because the button doesn't call this normally. I want it to be the other way around, which means we just wouldn't be able to trust what this thing reports. We need it to report the opposite of what when it's pressed. Yeah, I think that's the reason this is annoying. We need to allow this to be overridden. Or public, whoops, sorry, virtual. And then here we override it to just return the opposite. And then we just say that it doesn't match exactly. And then everything else can look the same. And same thing with this. When it's pressed, it's going to be white. No, it's going to be the opposite. Oh my God. So stupid. All right. I'll try this. Okay. Yeah. And we do need these to be inverted the way they were before. Then that's it. I think we coded this and we can check it in. Yeah. Well, like I said, tomorrow is going to be a full stream day. I don't know what we're going to work on, but it's got to be stuff we can wrap up tomorrow because then I'll be on vacation next week. For most of it, I might come back on Friday to stream. And I almost certainly won't stream that weekend. But then wait a second, it's not even that Monday, is it? Hold on a second. February 3rd, 2025. That's a Tuesday, isn't it? No, it's a Monday. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's a Monday. Yeah, so I had the same amount of time I expected to have. I just got mixed up for a second there. Yeah, anyway, that's why this is all kind of getting rushed a little bit. All right, so now it says it's on, now it's off. So if we start a battle, we can flee it. If we edit this and start a battle now, auto battle should be on. It should probably toggle that button too. Yeah, probably should. When starting a battle with auto battle, or no, when editing a party and enabling auto battle through the battle panel, it should change the checkbox in the instance slot. All right, we got to write a thing here to explain this. So for icon buttons, it makes more sense to report. We want the rest state to indicate that it's off, right? Yes. That the toggle is off because it looks disabled or looks darker. So we invert this here. So button pressed. Okay, this line makes sense. It's white color when it's pressed. It's gray color when it isn't. However, from a functionality perspective, it should still be considered wait, the opposite. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Oh my God. All right, I gotta be done streaming. Today has been pretty unproductive and I made progress, but it's just so slow and yeah, just not a great day. Okay, this is looking good at least. This is looking good. I mean, the code looks fine out of all of this. This can't be kept. I just won't check that in. Yeah, we'll check in all the other stuff. There. I just finished a huge git merge conflict of about 1,000 lines. Well, good job, Lindsay. Does not sound fun. Progress is progress. It is, and this is why I have the tenant system, which I'm kind of violating right now. I really do see this as like we needed to get this done, and we did it. I think my real issue is, like I said, the overwork. I think my productivity is low because of how much I've done prior to this. And if I had timed it just right, like if I felt like I was overworked at 5 p.m. tomorrow, it would have been perfect. I'd have been like, okay, well, whatever. I'm gonna be on vacation. But I didn't time it right. This is why you shouldn't try timing these things. You just shouldn't do it at all. Hey, Hap. All right, so we're gonna set this back to 1001. We should probably test that before we get to it. So this is disabled. Oh, it doesn't have the right tooltip. Why not? Oh, because it doesn't have to do with whether you can fight the boss or not. Oh, I guess we'll just put this here. Yeah, if it's disabled, then we say this. And if it's not disabled, then we'll say this. Okay, that'll hopefully fix that. Hang on one second. Okay, hang on a second. All right. Hey, Banana. Yeah, stream's close-ish to ending. I gotta get lunch. Has the cat learned to knock? The cat every once in a while comes over and like taps. Just like taps on our arm or taps on our leg or something like that. She's very communicative. Is the on-off tooltip correct? Xanis, out of curiosity, is it possible that you had a tip there before that you hadn't dismissed? Maybe something like you can start multiple battles and you clicked this one and it dismissed and then it said you beat the ogre? Because if so, that's going to eventually be addressed. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that some of the tips that show up have conditions that if you meet, they should go away. And then if you don't meet those conditions, we either need to show them again at some point. Tip system. If there are any tips that don't get dismissed in a reasonable amount of time or when a condition is met, then we should probably just show that tip again at some point rather than keep it on screen forever. Otherwise, we may hit this sort of issue. And I'll just paste what Xana said. This was caused by having an unrelated tip open that they finally closed. Okay, yeah, we gotta go test this. We need the cost of that to be set to what it was before then. Why is that not working? There it goes. All right, we're gonna try this from the beginning here. We're gonna make sure it all works. Yeah. Okay, so it says current state off. If I toggle it, it says current state on. That's working. Now I click upgrade portal. Now it's disabled and it just, oh, sorry, let me put this on screen. You cannot auto repeat elite battles. So it's on, and if I start the battle, it is not enabled. There's no auto battle enabled. But if I go purchase the perk that lets me have it enabled, now it's not disabled and it just says, why was it off? I think that didn't work correctly, but maybe I did something different. I turned it on, I upgrade the portal, I hit start. Then I go back to here. It's still on. That's fine. I bought this and it looked like it turned off. Maybe I didn't do that. No, it's still on. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just toggled it again. I'm not going to check the VOD. I don't really care. All right, let's look through the rest of these changes. I think we mostly got to the bottom and then I found some issues. Like this we shouldn't check in. This we shouldn't check in. But everything else should be checked in. This is good. This is good. Good, good, good. Yeah. Okay, everything's fine except for maybe the comment in here. I want the press state to indicate that the toggle is off because it looks darker. So we invert this here so that callers, users of this class can still trust I don't know what to say for this. I won't have to know this implementation detail. Yeah. Okay, anything else? We press the button, it modulates. Update it here, update modulate. Yes, so this needs probably a comment. This is only, how do I say this? Clicking the button will not call this. This is intended to be used to have the state of the button reflect some initial or loaded state. Yeah. I was writing some speedrun routing, beat the game, only buying potion shop, tavern, and enchanting den. Also for we took auto battling. Just to be clear, this is all demo stuff. So eventually, I don't know how much that routing is going to matter. If you're having fun, you're having fun. But I'm not going to try to take pains to see if we can keep that routing the same in the future. Because, yeah, Pige also speedran the game. And I forgot what his time was. It was like 30 something minutes? 36 maybe? I think if I were to try speedrunning the game, I think one of the key things to know is that the slime is best when you would have lost an item or it's offering more than the shop would. 28. Oh, for the dragon and 35 to 36 for everything. Yeah. Just having fun with what's possible now. Yeah. Yeah, there's, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I wonder if people will actually speedrun the game. They'll probably get so mad about customer behavior if they do that. Like customers can just idle or not buy stuff. That's when I was using the slime. Yeah. And I like that. I like that there's at least some thought that goes into it. It's almost like a little mini game. Okay, I'm trying to look through these and I'm just not doing a great job. We already looked through everything. I'm just trying to find one not to commit at this point. And I think it's just the town and town perks. So let's do this, 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 and this. And then just look through this super fast. And we shouldn't see anything unusual here. Everything should be fully commented. This is all looking good. Yeah. Good, cool, great. All right, so what do we do? So for 487, add auto battle button to battle panel. This is part of this one. The feature isn't totally done yet, but even if we only did this, it's a huge improvement. Since you can now enable auto battling without having to finish a battle yet. Yeah, people are gonna love this change. I am so happy with how Quickie Joe designed the slime. I just think it is the most fitting slime we could have had. It just looks so happy. Yeah, yeah, this feature is huge. And I think we got feedback on this a while ago too. Having this button be here. But I don't think it was the most pressing thing back then, and now it's pretty good. Anyway, for those who haven't seen the slime, after I was just saying it's one of the greatest pieces of art in the game, there's the slime. And its function in the game is that you feed it items, and based on its hunger value, it will offer you a certain amount of money. So you can see it went from 14 to 15. Its hunger is increasing there. Now it's offering 16. So this item normally only sells for, well, I can't highlight. I have to wait for the other ones to disappear. I think it only sells for 15 normally. Oh, it says 18. Okay, yeah. So the slime is now offering its normal price, and now it's offering more, and it's going to get hungrier more slowly. The slime is custom art. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of this is custom art. Like all the adventurers are custom art. The zombies that the witch doctor has are custom. All the enemies are custom. Pretty much all the abilities I think are custom. Yeah, hey Captain Anosa. New interface, yeah, this at least is new. And then this changed as well a little bit. But yeah, this auto battle thing is what I just worked on, and I think it's going to help out a lot. Because now you can just leave this on, and then wherever you go, you're going to start a battle in a way that will just auto battle when it's done. I think that'll be great. Yeah. Is the sign above a chest? Yeah, that's because I use this grant most things. At least I'm pretty sure, which is a developer feature. So it kind of doesn't work totally correctly. Oh no, wait, it's because I said show all signs, that's why. Yeah, both of these are developer features, so they cause weird things to happen. But I bet if we click this again, it would fix. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too super important. If I save and load, it should be gone. Yeah. Those are bugs I'm sort of torn on fixing because a week will pass or 2 weeks and I'll be like, oh, is that a bug that users can hit? And then I'll conclude, no, it's not. And then 2 weeks will pass and I'll be like, is that a bug users can hit? So I should probably just fix it for that reason. Hey, Warrior Eyes. Oh, man. All right. Well, we've done a decent amount today. I can't say we've done a lot. And I want to finish this work by the end of Friday for sure. So that's definitely the plan for Friday if I don't get through this for the rest of today. Worked on adding the auto battle button. Worked on allowing auto battle without having to finish a battle first. Productivity, or I'll say progress was slow. And I'll put this emoji there. Discovered I broke the game. Probably needs a fresh install. Can you share more details, Sinistello, or Discord maybe? And thanks, M2. I hope you like the... Oh, today's Thursday, right? Oh. I thought today was Friday, which is why. Okay, never mind. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. I'll be online tomorrow. I'm going to go find someone to raid. I'll be online tomorrow. It should be a full day of streaming. My one main goal is like finish the auto battle stuff and then only do small things after that. I don't want to leave any outstanding commits while on vacation. Yeah. Yeah, you won't be. Yep. Yeah. I click new game, goes unresponsive, but if a reinstall fixes it, I won't have to tell you anymore, hopefully. Wait. We fixed this yesterday, but let me see if that made it online. I think it did. It was one of these things, right? No. Where is it? Some freeze problem. Well, it's not here, so it must have been. Sinistella, before you do that though, what version do you have? Does it say 0.5.6? Oh, darn it. Do you have the old version by any chance? Because there's the third one on the list. I don't see it, but I remember where I did it, and it was inside of title screen. So if we just go look at title screen, we should see where I modified this. Fixed title screen button sizing. I mean, it was before that. Remove calls to load thread request. Oh, 2 days ago. I don't even see it here. There it is. It's way at the bottom. Yeah. I'm not sure. It just thought it was updated, but I didn't know the version. I see. Okay. It's a little spooky because it probably is just a version problem, but I guess that also shouldn't have happened. All right, I desperately need food. I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Like I said, thank you all for watching. If this game looks at all interesting to you and you haven't wishlisted already, please do consider wishlisting it. We have the upcoming Steam festivals, and just clicking this button costs you nothing and helps out quite a lot. All right, I'm gonna try to find someone that I've already raided before. You know who I haven't raided in a very long time? Is Very Dave. I wonder if he's gonna be streaming still. Oh, camera died? Okay. I'll hold off. He's very chill though. Alright. I'm gonna raid Cavino. Yeah, cool. Oh, okay. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. Thank you for watching. Sorry for the lower energy and just sort of lower productivity. But I will see you tomorrow.